Greetings and welcome to Channel Other Doc. I am Jim, your commissioner. I use he, him pronouns, and this is the finale of Bad Streets, a game where all the PCs are police detectives in a 1970s cop show that's powered by the apocalypse. And we're going to go around and say hello to everyone here, ask them who they are and who they're playing. And we will start with Alyssa. Hello!
Aloha! I am Alyssa at Origami Shuriken on Twitter, she, her pronouns, and I am playing Detective Bo Bentley, the straight arrow with a hopeless crush on her partner, Hawaii's Clyde Ho.
Excellent. Excellent. And now let us move over to Hawaii's Clyde, over to Anino. Hello.
Hey, how are you? My name is Anino. I am playing Detective Clyde Ho, who is Bo's partner, and completely oblivious to her affection and attention.
Quite suddenly, in the second part of this two-parter, the focus of the game has shifted slightly.
Are we going to be able to get a smooch by the end of this episode? Who knows?
Who knows, indeed. One never knows. I realize it doesn't happen as nearly as often on this channel as it happens on some other channels what you may be used to. But it does happen, by God. It does happen from time to time. But in any case, let's hop over to, finally to Jillian. Hello!
Hello! My name is Jillian, also known as SuperGamerNext on Twitter and SuperGamer1 on Twitch, and I'm playing Mallory Mal Stevenson, our rookie. It was just not very much traumatized.
Oh yeah, that's right, a thing happened. A thing happened at the end.
It did
Which we
happen.
should probably talk about soon.
Yep.
Our veteran David Stone, Sergeant David Stone, played by Mole, Mole is not here right now, but Mole will be joining us. He will be joining us soon, breaking through the wall as the Kool-Aid Man does, no doubt. And we shall, when that happens, we will probably hop to break real quick and then bring him in. So thus we are doing the thing. But before we dive fully into doing the thing, like we do with most games on this channel, we're going to be using the X card, the N card, and the O card. If we hit something that's crossing the line for one of the players, any of them can type an X in the Zoom video chat or anywhere else, or they can make an X symbol, and we'll back up and we'll do something else. If something happens that you're okay having in the game, but you don't want a graphic description of it, you can type an N in the Zoom chat and we'll fade to black on it, or we'll put it behind a veil. So it'll be there, but we won't go into detail. Finally, if you're exploring a topic or area of roleplay that's particularly intense for you, but you want to keep going, you can put an O in the chat to let us know you're okay and that we're good to keep piling on the drama. Something else we can do is we can put an O with a question mark after it when we're moving into a difficult topic, or we say something and then think, that might have been a little too much. Then everyone else can respond to that and let us know if we're still doing okay. I'm hearing voices. Is anyone else hearing voices, or is that just me?
Yeah, I heard a little mumble in the background.
Okay.
I think that's just your background ambiance sound.
Yeah, that could be it. We could be picking up the police band, which is appropriate. So anyway, I think what we're going to go ahead and do then is so we're going to do a quick bit of intro where we're going to go around and have everyone describe sort of a little piece of a little sliver of something that we see their character doing in the show intro. And then we're going to dive into, we're going to talk about what happened last time, and we'll see what happens. So, once again, the title of Bad Streets comes up across the screen. And these can be different things. These do not have to be exactly the same thing you described last time. But this is just a little thing to give us an impression of your character, like what they look like and what kind of things they do. We are going to start with Bonita. What do we see?
As usual, she wakes up before her alarm goes off, but when it does go off, it's playing tiny bubbles. She goes and drives to pick up her partner, and every station is playing a Don Ho song for some reason.
We don't understand why. It's just sort of happening. Oh my god.
Yep.
And
And Clyde coming out in slow motion to the tune of Beautiful.
So we get briefly, we get a we get a shot of some of the lovely waterways in this city that is kind of Seattle but also not, in the 1970s, and we zoom in on Clyde Ho. What do we see?
So so you see Bo pulling up to an apartment building where Bo walks out. Clyde walks out. His short sleeve button down shirt is open, and to get to the other side, of the car, he's going to actually slide across the hood of the car, and smoothly twist around and climb in through the open window on the passenger side. And then, and then as he's doing it, he's gonna look over to Bo and do a finger gun and go, and that's how it goes.
That's too good. It's just too good. This partnership is too good for us. We do not deserve to have it on this channel. But we get briefly a shot of the needle, because you always have to have a shot of the needle, and then sort of panning across a bridge, and then we will zoom in on Mallory Stevenson. What do we see?
Well, you would see Mal at her desk, looking over some old solved case files, looking it over, and she sees some of the achievements of her partner, David Stone, and she just kind of like looking at some of the techniques he's kind of used for trying to beat up, and she just like stops reading, kind of looks around to see if no one's watching. She slowly gets up away from her desk without damaging any property, and starts trying to do some of the moves that Stone did to see if she can do it. So she can probably look as cool as he did. But it's probably not as good as he did, but she's trying.
Excellent. I think for Detective Sergeant Stone, we probably see something very similar to what we saw last time, of basically him coming out of a building with some sort of thing he's trying to eat, and then a suspect runs past him, and he throws has to throw the thing away and chase after the suspect. And that is where we are with that. So then let us also briefly try to remember what happened last time. Last time on Bad Streets. It seems that there was a we're going to get brief flashes of things that happened last time. We're going to, as we do the last time montage, we see them sitting in the back of this barber shop. This fight, and we see Clyde trying to on this sting, playing cards with these three bad guys, basically. One of whom leaps up, fellow in a leather jacket, by the name of Giorgio Carlucci, leaps up and or is getting ready to pull a gun on him, or tries to leap up, and then a fight ensues that all of the detectives get involved in. We see briefly a snap over to an interrogation scene where Bo and Clyde are trying to interrogate a nameless thug who gives them a little bit of information. We snap over to see Mal and Sergeant Stone interrogating another suspect, and then we, as we are figuring that out, let me see here. Dee-dee-dee-dee. And then we and was one of the heavily muscled fellows, a heavily muscled fellow named Joe, who basically tells them he just does what he's told. They come out of it with a bit of a suspicion from these people that they've just interrogated that they know that one of the people they were playing with, sort of a nerdy fellow named by the name of Eric Morris, has been getting around a lot for his company, Outgoing Systems, putting in a lot of different installing things in a lot of different places. They also found out Giorgio is trying to get in with somebody in the sound. Giorgio, who owns a club by the name of Sensations. They talk for a minute with their lieutenant, who is basically lets them know that they need to come up with something, because if they don't come up with something, then they're not going to be able to fund the Vice Squad anymore. As things unfold, I believe it's the next day, we get to see. Let's see, what did we get to see them do? I
think we went out into the street.
Yes, that's right. They went out trying to follow leads and found none. Whilst Sergeant Stone did come up with a little more information from one of his contacts, who basically told him that there was a person by the name of Cora Casterson, who seems to be who organizes a lot of organizes pop-up casinos, and is trying to do some, apparently getting ready to make moves to do something big here in Seattle. She was also apparently it was kind of a shipping magnate, shall we say, a go-between for different people shipping things to different places. And we found that the Team Hobo went to the courthouse to talk to one of Bo's contacts, one of her friends from college, who also happens to be their lieutenant's daughter, and they basically who is an assistant DA, and who was able to provide them with information on a case that's going around, sort of a real estate case actually, where there are these companies lobbying the city to put one of the old airplane factories on auction, and it's looking like it might be getting ready to happen. They also talked to a tech person there after they noticed a van from Outgoing Systems outside the courthouse. They talked to a tech person who was able to tell them that they'd come in and just set some things up. We're servicing their databanks, and we're putting in new computers just a little while ago. I believe they also noticed something. There was like a panel on there on one of the databanks that was very new. It looked like a new installation. And as I recall, so they all got back. Sergeant Stone and Mel were doing research at the station. They were able to get a little bit more information on Eric Morris. Found out that he had had priors in Las Vegas. He had apparently set up. He'd been apparently thrown out of a lot of casinos for cheating, but they couldn't really prove much. So misdemeanors, things of that nature. Also, apparently, their lieutenant came back to them. A couple of things were happening. One of which was that they have until tonight, at which point they're going to get swallowed up by the narcotics division to handle this major shipment that they think is coming in tonight. And they're going to need everybody they can get. So while that was while that was going on, then a little bit later, there was a radio announcement as everyone was getting ready to reconvene at Donut Alley, their favorite hangout, that apparently there is a motion to remove the ban on gambling in the city. That's sort of come up today. That's a thing that they're voting on today. And it looks like it's going to, that motion's going to be upheld. It looks like they're probably going to lift the ban. Also, as Mel was leaving the station, she got a call.
I got a call from Joe.
From Joe, who said that he had stuff to tell her. Important stuff. And to meet her at a bar across town, which is a Bricks bar across town, I think on the east side. And he would tell her something about the case if he could be guaranteed some protection. They went over to meet him, everyone did, and ultimately they found him in the dumpster behind Brick's bar with his head caved in. And that is where we stopped. Now, with time running out, whatever shall our detectives do? Whatever shall they do? So I'm going to advance things a little bit. So it's been a little bit of time. A little time has passed. And Homicide is here.
Yep. Well, this happened.
Unless there was anything in particular you wanted to take care of before Homicide gets here.
Nope.
I think we're going to skip ahead. Sergeant Stone is currently arguing with the lieutenant and with the precinct captain to see about trying to get you some more time on this investigation, because clearly something is afoot. So you have a couple of there's a cordon that's been laid out. A few homicide detectives are in the alley, just sort of looking over the body. We have some degree of forensics. I don't think that they're, as I recall, there's not a huge thing where you have to wait for forensics back in the 70s necessarily as much. I mean, I think they still exist, but there's a lot of, you make your own determinations. So, what are we doing? The three of you are there, on site, at the crime scene. You've already been, I'm going to say for the sake of argument that you've already been debriefed.
Okay.
Maybe not. Maybe you just told a little bit of information to the homicide detectives.
Yeah, I'm probably being questioned.
Yeah, we have to figure out kind of how much you're going to tell your superiors. But, yeah. So, but is there anything you would like to do at this point? Before they question you?
I feel like I would just be like standing against a wall of the alley that's like not been blocked off by the crime scene, so I'm not like interfering with anything, just like looking at like my hand, just like touching the charm bracelet on my wrist. Just like she cannot believe that she discovered the body of someone that could have potentially helped this case. Like, I think she's just in shock right now.
I think Bo will probably kind of take a look around and kind of see where she's at and go over and just kind of stand next to her and say, "How are you holding up?"
Holding up the best I can be for someone who just discovered a body.
Yeah, first one's always rough.
I didn't think I'd get to see my first one until like probably maybe like 3 to 4 years into being a detective, but that that kind of got shattered.
Yeah. Well, maybe it's better this way. Now it's over with.
Yeah.
If you need anybody to talk to, I'm always around.
Thanks, Bo. I really appreciate it. If he was probably still alive and got that information, we probably would still be on this case.
Just gotta work with what we've got left.
Yeah, we do.
Just keep moving forward.
Yeah.
So I think at this point, it is at this point more or less that the lieutenant actually arrives on the scene. And I wanted to sort of just revise a little bit. I'll say Sergeant Stone has been off talking to the captain, precinct captain. So the lieutenant is arriving on scene, has heard some of what has been going on. Comes in through the, ducks under the tape. And he's just kind of looking around. He goes over, he looks at the crime scene. You see he's actually, while you're having this conversation, he was talking to the homicide detectives a little bit. And then then Lieutenant Lex comes over to you three. And he says, "Okay, you want to tell me what the hell all this is about?"
Well, I don't know why I'm not singing. Ah! I just blanked out. I was like,
He just looks at it. Well, don't everyone talk at once.
I got a call from one of the people that we interrogated last night from the Carducci gambling, Joe. He called me. He said he had something important to tell me and to meet me at this bar.
And you didn't think to kind of tell anybody you were doing this?
He said there's people watching him, that there are eyes everywhere. I knew that, probably if I told someone else, it would have still been bad. But...
Hey, what are we, chopped liver? Bo and I were here for it, too.
All right. What's your angle on this? What's your take?
So, at that, Clyde is going to read the scene, the crime scene.
Ah, excellent. Okay. That being the case, as you were reading a scene, go ahead and yeah. Oh! Something I forgot to mention on the call here, but you should see. You should all have access now to some macros that I put in here. That are the different range of rolls for the most part. Sometimes you'll have to go outside of that, but I've got 2d6 plus 2 through 2d6 minus 2. If you need it to appear in a bar, in the macro bar for you, you can just click onto the next to the last icon in the upper right hand corner in Roll20 under the collection icon and click Show Macro Quick Bar. You should be able to see all those macros if you want them in your bottom left there.
Fantastic.
Okay. That's the lowest thing you can possibly roll.
no!
Excellent. Okay. So let's see.
I don't know if I trust your macros, Jim.
I can't imagine what you're talking about. So, yeah. As you are looking at this, reading a scene, let me just look at this real quick. Yeah. I think that basically what we were able to... that you weren't able to get a very good look before Homicide got here. Through whatever factors. As you kind of were looking at things. I think that since you got double ones, I think what I'm going to say here is that this has triggered some kind of flashback for you. That is a bit disturbing. You're going to take a point of stress. Tell me, what is this about? What does this remind you of?
Well, this reminds me of a freak accident that happened during a police chase in Hawaii. And at the end of it, we discovered a half-eaten victim in a shark.
Oh dear, that's unfortunate. Could a shark have done this, I wonder? Could it? Perhaps
I mean, it's been a while since you've seen so much blood, so...
I know. So that's mostly what your take on it is at this point. And so, as you're sort of... And this isn't putting you out of commission or anything, but the lieutenant is just sort of looking at you and asking, anything?
We have really lousy timing.
He just sort of looks over at Bo. Bonita, please tell me there's a good and logical reason for you all being out here. This does not look good. You know that, right? There's going to be an investigation.
No.
Come on, give me something.
I assumed the sergeant would have called it in, and that's on me.
Okay, look, Bonita. You know I don't want to lean on you on this. You're practically family, but... I don't know what I can tell you about this. This is... I know that you went to... I know that you went and Jim is trying to find notes and he can't find his notes. And there it is. I know that you went to see Nina today.
Yes, sir.
Do you have something?
Bo also has notes.
Bo always has notes. So I will relay to the lieutenant what we learned so far.
Okay. And so while that is going on, I think we're going to go ahead and we're actually going to take a break to bring in our sergeant. I think he's about ready. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to hop to break real quick for just like less than a minute probably. And then we will be right back. See you in just a moment. Greetings. Thank you for holding on. And as we are, we now have Detective David Stone with us, Detective Sergeant David Stone.
Good evening, everyone.
And he is he has a visual representation of himself now that I'm just utterly delighted by. So let me just fill you in briefly. You have been basically you jumped up the ladder once this happened because you knew trouble was coming, and you have been whilst homicide was in the process of getting here, you've been talking to the captain of your precinct. And so there, I'd like someone to tell me something about your precinct's captain, who is again above your lieutenant.
He's a prick.
All right.
It's succinct. I'm saying that's succinct.
Succinct. It is. So is that all, or is it just that this person is a prick? Anyone else?
So
Any other details?
I'm gonna say that kind of looks like Patrick Stewart with a bad toupee and
Oh my God.
handlebar mustache.
I'd say, to expound on being a prick, basically he doesn't actually care about anything other than his own advancement.
Excellent. Okay. Alyssa, do you want to throw anything in? Any details about your captain?
Does he have a name yet?
Yes, he does. Or he can. I don't know. What do you did you want to name him?
Oh, I don't know. The name Murphy popped into my head.
All right.
Alexander Murphy.
I can use this name for something else. All right. I feel like, yeah. All right. So, Sergeant Stone, you've been going back and forth, having this argument with Captain Murphy, and so I guess the question now is, what particular tactic are you taking in this argument? And then I'm going to have you roll a thing.
Basically, the tactic I'll be going with is, this is how you do the job.
All right.
It's never worked before, but first time for everything.
This is how you do the job, okay?
First time for everything.
So, I'm going to have you, unless you have a move for this, I'm going to have you manipulate someone.
Oh, what's manipulate?
Which is rolling with heart. Also, just so you're aware, there are macros in there now.
Yeah,
if you
I
want
saw
to.
them.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. So if those will help. So you're rolling plus heart.
Yeah, that's not a good one. It's a success.
Partial success, or at the very least, yeah, it's a hit. So let me see. There's some problem. Okay, so there is some problem. Pick from the list under manipulate someone.
Okay, moods.
It's either they want something in return, they reveal it to someone else, it takes them longer than it should, someone else is harmed, or they think badly of you, lose one reputation.
I'm going to take the hit to my reputation.
Oh, okay. So, as you're doing this, you make this argument, and this is by this point the captain is on site. You all are at the crime scene, and so Murphy has just been sort of taking it in, and He's got his arms crossed. I also, yeah, he as he just sort of looking at it, he says, "All right. This is it. You understand? This is the last favor I can do you. After this, I'm not going to protect you from suspension any longer. Do you understand, Sergeant?"
Yes, sir.
"I hope this one is worth it, because you're putting all of your chips on it." And he heads over, and so the other three of you see you see Captain Murphy coming up with Sergeant Stone, and he says, "Right, Lieutenant, a word, please." And you see you see Lieutenant Lex is like, "All right, just a minute." And he goes over, and the two of them are chatting.
Okay, as soon as they turn their back, I walk past the crime scene, into the bar, and order a scotch.
You're on duty!
A few seconds later, after what looks like a slightly heated argument, Lieutenant Lex comes back over to the three of you, because the sergeant is back is in the bar now. As the captain is getting into a car, Lieutenant just looks at the three of you. Oh, great! He's not even. He doesn't even want to be here when I say it. Great. All right. I don't know whatever the hell Stone just pulled, but you are all on thin ice right now. You have one more night. I can hold off narcotics for a little longer. Finish whatever the hell you have to finish here on this case. But for God's sakes, either close it or punt it. Just get it out of sight.
Understood, sir.
Sir.
'Cause there's a freaking avalanche coming, and I do not want to be under it when it hits. And I don't want any of you to be under it either.
Well, I don't know. An avalanche of poker chips wouldn't be so bad.
God damn it, Ho. Good luck. I assume that the sergeant has already been keyed into all of this, so Stevenson, if you wouldn't mind wrangling your partner, you all have a job to do. Please get it done tonight.
Yes,
And
sir.
he turns and he goes.
I'm gonna place Clyde.
I don't know what to say. I mean, so far our only lead's this dead body. Probably gonna have to go to ground and talk to a few contacts to try to shake something out. It's gonna require maybe a wider perspective, someone who's more plugged into the movers and shakers in this city.
Let's get to work.
I think I know some.
I'll go get Stone.
I probably would have been able to chug the whiskey by now, so I'd start walking back out.
Excellent. Yeah, you're good. You've got you got a hit. I do want to say, since you are all in trouble, I'm going to advance the clocks on everybody.
Uh-oh.
To 6 o'clock
Oh.
As you all and so we can go ahead and clear out your bond marks.
So it's time for a talk.
Yes, time for a talk. And so everyone needs to roll plus any conditions you have marked
Do I have
right
any
now. And I don't think you have any conditions marked. I don't think anyone
don't
hit enough stress to get a condition.
No, I don't. I don't. Wait, my thing's still loading up, so I can't tell.
I'm pretty sure nobody hit a condition, so...
No, we have stress, but not condition.
Okay, so this is just going to be 2d6
Alright.
On the part of
How
pretty much
does
everyone.
macros work again?
Okay, are we just raising the clock with partners or with everybody?
I
Let's
think
do everybody.
yeah, I think this is going to apply to everybody. But I'm going to be nice, and of those of you who are partners, I'm going to take the better of the two rolls, basically, for whoever is the in a partnered team.
Yep, and no. But also, how does mackerels work?
Oh,
I've never used them, so
those are fish that can be found in rivers and no. No wait,
Macro.
macros. Yeah, so in the
there
upper
it is.
right hand corner.
So just a 2d6.
Yeah, 2d6 plus 0.
A 6.
Oh dear.
Who's that
and
one with?
Okay, so
I'm gonna say that's with the. I don't know. Let's see.
do we have a roll from Sergeant Stone?
Okay, 2d6.
Yeah. Oh wow. Okay, everybody failed.
Oh no! And this
so-
is with our main roles with our partners.
So
Yeah.
this is how this is going to work.
Well, it says
So-
we gotta like. It doesn't say anything where like.
Yeah,
6
nothing-
under.
The buying clock rate roll plus conditions mark. The buying clock is less than you both take stress because you one stress because you both lose one reputation. Other people, you each take a condition. I think that just means I get to pick. So let's see.
Or it's like some other games where rolling low is actually good. Because in masks,
Because if
taking a blow, if you roll low, you don't get hurt.
Yeah, that is true. That can happen.
so that's
we look
probably
at-
the case. Because if it was a 10 plus for our rules, then we would have to choose 2 of them.
So I think what we're going to say is that as a result of this, let's see. Yeah. I think I'm just going to say that you are going to keep your... I think actually, yeah, the easiest way for me to do this then is, I think since you missed the roll, you're just going to keep the amount of stress that you have
Okay.
toward your next...
I think I just have 1 stress right now.
or rather, keep the amount of points you have on your bonds right now toward the next clock.
I will just say that we
yeah,
do
we'll
both
hop
get
over.
experience.
You each got at least one. You each got 1 XP from last time.
No, I'm saying
just for
she
being,
said-
and also
we get an experience if we fail a roll with our teammate.
that's right. That's right. Yes, you all do also get an XP for that.
Hey. So.
You've each got at least 2 XP at this point.
Yay.
And so
So what happens so you gain what does it mean to gain in advance?
when you get an advance, that means, and Jib explained this to me, and I utterly freaking forgot. I think you get to take when you get an advance, you get to take either another move, or let me see if I have the conversation real quick, where I asked him this question. And if I don't, I will just figure it
I'm
out.
distracted.
Oh, no problem.
I'm sorry. I'm just asking because I'm just like.
So on an advance, you can either take an additional playbook move or increase 1 attribute. No attribute can be higher than +3, or you can take a move from another playbook.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna need to like increase something. But that's gonna be like 3 XP away.
Yeah. So I don't know if you're gonna hit it today or not, but we'll see.
No.
All right. Yeah. Do lots of stuff with your make lots of rolls about that involve your fellow detectives. And
So what I want to do is just try and shoot my partner in this.
okay. Yeah. Sure. Let's go. In the meantime, yes, what were you folks going to do? I think someone was going to go and question somebody. Was that a thing? Or...
I was gonna go get Stone. I was actually kind of thinking, like, when the body goes to the morgue, that I go see my contact there.
Okay. So that's a thing you can do in a little bit. The body's not quite at the morgue yet.
Yeah, I just see when the body goes to the morgue.
Yeah. So that'll be soon.
Clyde has a contact for us to talk to.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Okay. So you're gonna go and see
I'm gonna go and see Wiggins.
All right.
You see, my current favourite plan would be to go and find this Eric guy and hang him off a bridge until he tells us what we want to know.
I mean, that's also
probably
a plan.
not the best idea.
For the record, that's against the rules.
That is against the rules.
That is against the rules.
That is a plan, though.
It's a plan, but a horrible one.
So I think what we'll do is.
Out when Bo is watching.
So
We are watching.
Are you folks gonna basically split into teams again and then go do these things? Is that how we're doing it, or what are we doing?
Yeah, that's how we're gonna do it.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure what else needs doing, because without getting hands-on with a suspect, there's not a lot of options in the amount of time we've got.
That's fair. That's fair.
You have one more night. We gotta solve this we have like over 24 hours to solve this.
Yeah, basically close the business tomorrow if we haven't done it. We're in trouble. But what I'm saying is that unless we're getting hands-on, it's very little we can do in that time period. I suppose we could go and check out a warehouse district that what's-her-name is checking out.
You can always basically hit the streets, as it were, go to the streets and try to pick up information around the warehouse district.
Yeah.
I think that's probably the plan for us.
I'm just gonna look at Bo for the second. He's like, so I heard the lieutenant said that you were with his daughter when you were investigating. Did you find out anything really weird that you didn't inform him?
No, nothing specific. Just that there's a big real estate battle going on over in the warehouse district, and the whole thing trying to legalize the gambling.
There is that. Like, anything, maybe you saw something out of the ordinary? Anything at all?
No. We couldn't get too close of a look at their computers or anything.
There has to be something with outgoing systems. Plus, me and Stone found out Eric has a criminal record for gambling. Misdemeanors, but still. In Vegas.
Well, I suppose he's trying to find a way to work the system once things get opened up.
It has to be doing something with statistics, possibly maybe money laundering? Something. I don't know. There has to be something with those computers. It has to be doing something.
Too many pieces revolving around this case for it to all be a coincidence.
It's too much.
We just gotta step back and see what the pattern is.
Yeah. Yeah. I can, I guess me and Stone can possibly look around the warehouse district and figure things out.
I think that's our best bet right now.
Yeah. Definitely our best bet.
All right.
But we're putting on all-nighter, so...
Yeah. Just be careful and keep your eyes out just in case you see anything.
You too.
So, what I'm going to do is I think we're going to follow... first, we're going to follow Team Hobo. And we're going to follow Benita and Clyde. And we will see kind of where things go. And as they go to the Masterson estate to talk to Miss Wiggins. And so I assume that you're heading out to the rich part of town.
Yes, you might say we're going uptown.
Uptown, as it were. The up portion of town. Okay.
And you're meeting a girl, right?
My contact, not my girl.
A girl.
A woman.
Yeah.
I was just going a bit Billy Joel, that's all.
I get it.
Yes, we are meeting an individual of the female persuasion.
Oh.
Yes, of course we are.
Although in this case, I don't know. I don't know that the usual thing would work in this case, but we'll see. She is the. Let's see. She's the caretaker up there. Yes.
Yes, the major domo of
Major
the
domo.
estate, if you will.
Right. Okay. So imagine as you're pulling up, you're probably pulling up to these gates. And that there is just this big M over them. And there's an intercom.
Sure. So, Clyde is going to unbuckle his seatbelt, rest his hand on Bo's shoulder, and lean across to speak out the driver's window. It's like, "Hey, Wiggins, it's Clyde Ho. Can we have a quick chat?"
Oh my god. Why? What do we have left to say to each other?
Oh, don't be like that. I said I was sorry.
I know that's always what you end up saying.
Well, no one told me that the car had a manual transmission. I don't know what you want me to do.
I want you not to have... I want you not to be driving anything ever again, for one thing.
Oh, then you'll be glad to know that my partner drove us today.
Oh, that's wonderful news. You're not going to go away anytime soon, are you?
I'm afraid not.
Fine. And you hear a buzzing sound, and the gate unlocks and opens.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bo. Didn't mean to invade your personal space there. You'll buckle back in. 'Cause
I wait for him to put his seatbelt back on, and then I drive us up the drive, saying to myself, well, that explains a lot.
So you drive up. It's probably... I'm guessing it's not quite dusk yet, but it's very late afternoon. And I think you're going to find her... you're going to find her out in the garden. So she's wearing kind of a... she's wearing overalls right now. And a hat, and a floppy sun hat. She's, I believe, actually, but that's if you would please, Anino, describe this person. What does this person look like?
Yeah, so she's a little bit on the older side, a little bit more distinguished. I would probably say that she's kind of like a younger Judi Dench in this sense.
Nice.
She is former MI6, and she's may or may not be the actual Masterson who owns this estate.
We just don't know. No, we don't know. There's no way to tell.
But she is connected with the movers and shakers within, the local scene as well as internationally, knowing what's going on. So
as she's just sort of twirling a spade in her hand, and as you sort of you've pulled up and you're sort of walking toward her, and she says, it's going to take every fiber of self-control in my being not to impale you with this thing, right?
Wow. Opening up with hostilities after all we've been through.
I'd say hostility's a light treatment in light of that.
To be fair, I did not think the Rolls Royce was going to be that hard to drive.
How do you like working with this person? She says to Bo.
It has its moments. I like her.
Fine. All right, come to the... come inside for a minute.
Cool. Could you just put the spade down?
I will consider it.
Awesome.
She turns and she goes in. There's into this kind of enclosed, sort of the conservatory part of the house. So it's glass enclosed, and so more plants. There is there's a table with that has tea laid out on it. Strangely enough, there are 3 places, even though you only just arrived here.
So Clyde is just going to just flash the thumbs up and a smile at Bo. See, everything's going to be okay. And he will take a seat, his usual seat, which happens to be with his back facing the door to the conservatory.
Okay. So yeah, she'll basically, as she kind of goes in, and she pours tea for herself and for Bo, and then just sets the pitcher down, and Philly sits down. It's iced tea that she's doing. She sits down. All right. So, I take it you're in trouble.
Nothing that we can't handle. I just need a little bit of information. There are a lot of little moving pieces going on right now. Maybe a little bit of murder here and there. Escaped criminals. Just your typical normal day or week in Vice.
Yes, seems none of this surprises me. Vice or not. Well, anything in particular you're looking for here?
So we've got a lot of moving pieces, as I mentioned. Looks like there is a really big push by what's her name again?
Cora Casterson.
Cora Casterson, who is trying to legalize gambling within the city limits. We've got, we've got this strange computer system. Sorry, what was the name of the computer company again? Well,
Outgoing system.
See, she's always on top of this stuff.
My God,
we've got outgoing systems coming and going. There was that failed sting in a poker, a little backroom poker game.
Oh yes, I heard about that.
Oh yeah. Did you hear about my super cool table moves? No.
Nothing that specific, no.
Well, it was sad. It was really human highlight. But so we're looking for Giorgio, but more importantly, we're trying to figure out what's going on with all these different surges in gambling around the city, and how does that actually tie into what Casterson and outgoing systems are trying to do.
I see. So you want me to assemble the puzzle a bit for you, then?
But I mean, you're just so good at it.
Does he actually do anything?
Sometimes It's good to know it's not just me.
All right, Anino, go ahead and do your move here with your with the outside your outsider move. So go ahead and roll plus cool. See if she is going to be able to help you.
There we go.
Oh, holy crap! Okay, so let's see. Playbooks. There we go. On 10 plus, they can help and have something useful for you. Okay. Right. Well, let me see. And she gets up.
Bo, take notes.
One moment. Don't touch anything. She turns and goes into the house for a moment. She comes back. She comes back out holding a file folder. Right. Casterson, yes?
That's her name.
And she's looking through. She says, Yeah, slippery one, that. But it does seem that she does have rather a lot of contacts in the underworld. She is often a go-between for them, it seems, but never really anything that the American legal system could do much about. As she's always able to skirt around international law, keeping a lot of things on boats, what have you. But she's whatever she is setting up. Let's see, setting up. It is likely to be taking place at. What about this? Have you heard anything about this factory that's going up? It's going to be going up on auction. Presumably.
Yeah. Sounds familiar.
Yeah. I shouldn't be surprised that if she is setting up something, she shall be setting it up there. And I do suppose if you're going to try to do something in the line of infiltration, as astoundingly successful as I hear you've been doing, you shall have to get an invitation.
Would it happen to be an invitation that might be sent out to one of the wealthiest and most charming socialites in Seattle?
Mr. Masterson does not appreciate his name being tarnished. But I do suppose he might send a representative. And I think actually I'm going to cut there. Over to Stone and Stevenson. And we're going to go ahead and
Team with no
see
name.
what you're doing.
I tell you one thing, Stevenson. I really hope after this visit we don't need to get the embassy involved again.
Excellent.
I really hope not.
I know it was before your time, but you probably heard the stories.
Would I have heard the story?
Maybe.
I'll be honest, it's why I wanted Clyde on the team.
Okay.
I just want to see where this story goes, really, more than anything else right now.
I kind of want to too now. I just.
Put it this way, it involved a diplomatic package, a Rolls Royce, Clyde not being able to drive, and the Puget Sound.
I mean, that's one way to catch fish in there. Anyway.
Partner.
So,
Yeah, let's hope. Yeah, let's hope we don't have to do anything involving a Rolls Royce. Don't need another fishing incident again.
note to self. Okay. So, as you're down investigating the warehouses near the docks, I need someone, one of you, to roll plus heart so that you can do your go to the streets roll, and we'll see what is happening.
Me. That would be me. I can do that.
Alrighty.
Yeah, I'm bad at heart.
I'm very good at. I'm good at it. Let's see if I.
Okay.
It's not that bad.
Well, it's a success.
Okay. Well, it's a success. So
It is a success,
Yeah, it's a
and
partial
it's
success.
a hit. So let's see. So on 7 to 9, pick from 1, gain 1 contact or 1 hold to be used at some later point. Spend 1 reputation to elevate this to a permanent contact with a clock. What's the most important thing? Find out what's the most important thing going on in the city right now. Find out who's really in charge of the city. Find out what's the most dangerous thing to me in the city. So you pick
Which one is the?
one.
How do we find something else?
I mean, we can pretty much twist any of the last 3 into that.
I'm trying to think. Like we could twist it to be like. I could go with like who's really in charge of the warehouse system. Like who's really in charge? Would that be a good one? You, Greystone?
You make the call.
I know, but I just want some opinions, cause like contacting the warehouse system would be good for like a temporary thing, or just finding.
Well, I'd go, with that. Who's in charge of the area or the contact? But you make the call. So I've given you 50-50.
Yeah, 50-50. Okay. I want to know who's really in charge of this area. I think that'd be good.
Okay. So a couple of things happen while you're down here.
Okay.
You're going around asking around. And it becomes pretty plain that, again, people aren't wanting to talk, but you're recognizing that now. People are very specifically not wanting to talk about Cora Casterson. So you get that pretty much. And you kind of see them. There's an indicator that you do get pointed to someone. Who may be something of a go-between, perhaps. Who knows? And Jim is trying to remember something that he said last time, and he can't remember exactly what it was. So he's just going to wing it here. You get the sense that something is, from kind of talking to people, they've been telling you to stay away from the, riverboat. For now. Which is very close by, actually. Like I said, you're sort of at the docks.
Yeah.
And you see someone.
Oh, I do.
You see someone that you have kind of been hearing about recently. Does anyone by any chance recall someone that I mentioned in connection with the riverboat as being like working there or as doing some sort of presentational thing there last time? If not, it's all right. We're just going to run ahead. I didn't have time to rewatch that part of it before we started today.
Oof.
If not, so what you're going to see is, as you're kind of patrolling around there, you've just kind of gotten out of your car, and you see that someone has that apparently there is actually a you note as you come inside of this what looks like it's designed to look like an old-timey riverboat, basically. And you notice a few licks of flame starting to come up from it. That's the first thing you notice.
Would I be able to read the scene from that, from looking at the riverboat?
Well, let me look at something. Oh yeah, go ahead.
All
Roll
right.
plus procedure. Let's see what you get.
Yep. I'm actually pretty good at that as well.
Oh, okay.
Major success.
Excellent, excellent.
So I get to ask 2 commissioner questions from below.
That's right.
Yes. Okay, so what I want to know is what here is not what it seems. And then the next one I'm going to ask is what doesn't fit here?
Okay. What here is not what it seems is that actually the one thing that you have looked at enough pictures of recently is the difference between, because you thought it might come up, is the difference is how to recognize when there is arson. And this kind of looks like that.
Oh.
The thing that doesn't fit here, you notice, is there is this figure running from the scene, clad in black, jumping into a car.
Car chase.
Car chase!
Car chase?
Car chase.
I just like point this out to Stone, who's like probably in the passenger side of the car.
Yeah, I'll just go. Okay, my turn to drive.
Car chase.
Okay. Moving over the
Car
passenger.
chase.
Excellent. All
Get
right.
Get the whole bobble thing, siren thing out. Plop it at the top of the car.
All right.
And
Oh,
gun
we
it.
have an actual car chase.
Let's start this thing.
I'm just holding on as tightly as I can.
Okay.
I'm
So
surprised
here's
there
what
isn't
we're going to do.
I'm surprised there isn't a move for.
There
car
isn't a
chase.
move specifically, so what this is going to be a series of things that are happening right now that are going to come through primarily, unless you can have a reason to throw in another move. I'm mostly going to be leaning on facing the danger.
I'm good with that.
And so here initially, they peel off. They're in a sort of one of those blue long boxy ones, long boxy cars. You take off after them, and go ahead and give me your first face the danger roll to see if you're able to get inside of them. All right. You peel around a corner as they're coming. They're trying to get. They're trying to flee to the south side of town. And you manage to actually cut them off and route them back into the city proper. As they're now, so you're now hurtling by, going over bridges. They're trying to get back and forth. They are weaving back and forth, avoiding traffic. Sometimes going into the oncoming lane. And now, as they get into the city proper, they're going to come around. They come around one of the city's very few roundabouts. I don't think they have very many in the city. And are trying to steer around and shoot off down an alley to lose you.
Yeah. Can I also, like, while in the passenger, I would try and call, like, backup to help us, like, try and get the suspect for suspected arson?
Absolutely. You should probably call that in.
Yeah, I was definitely going to be calling that in as we're chasing the car.
Excellent.
And And I'd be informing them updates of like where the car is turning to so that they're informed.
You see, Stone is so used to these car chases that he's actually been adjusting the seat while chasing.
Excellent. Okay. So
might I add, he's doing this after a couple of rounds of scotch. So.
Yeah.
Fair.
I had a scotch. Scotch.
So Jillian, since you're trying to help, actually, this is going to be a cover or block.
Okay.
So go ahead and roll plus cool.
Plus cool. Oh, that's not good. And roll for me, but okay. Boop, ba-doop, ba-doop. If I next to didn't I can't see the -1 in my quick bar. What is going on?
You need +1 or -1?
I need -1.
Okay. It should be down there if you've gone up and checked it in the under macros.
Oh, that's not too bad. It's partial success.
Okay, so according to that, basically as you're covering or blocking, so you do manage to help. So this is going to be a +1 bonus roll to your next roll, as you're trying to get them sort of cordoned off, and with some squad cars that are coming out to help you. But Jillian, I need you to pick one from the cover or block list.
I want to be like someone else is aware of my actions.
All right.
Someone
Excellent.
else.
You can hear a little bit of interference on the radio for some reason. You're not quite sure why. All right. As they're coming down, they're heading down an alley. You're trying to. You're in hot pursuit. Sergeant Stone, please, again, if you would, roll face the danger.
With my +1 help.
With with an additional +1.
As I'm chasing, I'm deliberately looking for either a melon stand, a sheet of a manure truck, or something to force the car into.
Excellent.
Now I get an additional +1, don't I?
That's right.
Yep, with my
Okay,
help.
so I actually need to do this manually. Because my cool is cool.
All right. So you do find you do find a melon stand. It's not going to bring them completely to a halt, but you get a hell of a lot closer. As they come out the side, the alley you've managed to force them into using a couple of squad cars on the side. They bolt through, and on the other side, they slam through a fruit cart. Apples and oranges are rolling everywhere, but you are right on their tail as you come around the corner. And so you are right behind them right now, and they cannot lose you. They are trying one more time to peel out and get and get to an area on the south, and get out to the south side, more southeast side at this point, as they're running, trying to lose you through a few different cutbacks and some one-way streets. And Jillian, anything else you want to do during this interval?
Am I close enough that I think that in his review he can actually see me quite clearly?
Yes.
I wait for a moment where he's likely to be looking, and I just sort of like yawn and put my hand in front of my mouth and carry on.
Yes, you see.
Try to psych him out.
You see a pair of eyes. You think this is a woman, possibly. But yes, she's wearing a ski mask. Anyway, well, actually no, she probably would have taken off when she was driving. She's a woman. You see these curly locks coming down the side.
Don't recognize them from any of the files we've been looking through.
You're kind of busy driving right now, so you don't see the whole face. You probably need to look at the whole face in order to kind of figure that out. But in the meantime, Mal, is there anything you're doing to help on this final push to try to?
I think I still would also be looking at guiding the other cars into the car chase. Like we're close by, tell them exactly what part of the alleyway we're on and everything. So I'm still assisting with the radio, but I'm also at the same time looking at the driver as well from my passenger seat. See
Excellent.
if I can if I can try and see if I recognize him from any photos that I've seen.
Excellent. I think yes. I would like you to, and I realize that Sergeant Stone was also kind of doing this to an extent, but mostly I want him on the driving rules. Go ahead and try to read someone, if you would.
Is that with the
That's roll plus heart.
Plus heart. Okay, I'm good at that. It's a success.
All right.
See, I'm caring more about psyching them out than actually.
Yeah. That's fair. That's fair.
So I get to ask 2 questions.
Yes, you do.
Which are, and they are for those to know: what are they planning? What are they feeling? Are they telling the truth? Where do their loyalties lie? How do they connect to this? And how can I get them to blank? So
Surely
the obvious one is, how can I get them to stop the car? Or just be in a way so distracted that the speed kind of slows down. And my second question is, what are they planning?
All right.
I do feel that who are they should be on that list.
Yeah, who
You would
are
think.
they?
You would think.
Who are they? Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Who are they? That would be my second one. Who are they?
You look at you kind of you're looking. You think you've actually you might have. From the glimpse you're getting of her, you think you've actually seen her. You may have seen her file before. She was actually in those. Yeah, she was in some of those arson files you were looking at. Now, how can I get her to? How can I get her to stop the car? Name a feature of the of this surrounding area for me, if you would.
Okay. So we're gonna say this tangling back alley, and I recognize a part of the alley where there's a way to maybe trick the car to go into a dead end area, so they would have no choice but to stop the car.
Excellent. And you had one other question, wasn't it? It was what are they planning?
I think that was the 2 questions I could do.
Well, I mean, you kind of Well, okay. I'll say that the answer was basically in that you recognize her. This is her name is Laura Frey, or Laura the Fire.
Laura, yeah, and I just as I'm just also pointing out my idea to Stone, I'm just looks like we're dealing with Laura the Fire today. Wonder how she's involved in this.
All right, Stone. You got your opportunity here. What you want to do?
As my partner has pointed out, we've got the dead thing. I'm basically going to try and steer the car. So if they're going to turn, I've been chasing people for 20 odd years. I know that if I go in a certain direction, they're more likely to try and turn off in the other direction. So I'm going to try and push them towards this dead end. Excellent.
All right. I'll go ahead and have you one more time face the danger.
Okay, cool.
Would I be with the additional bonus going because I was helping? Hey!
You can't, because I'm using face rig, you cannot see that I'm doing the whole, celebrating high fives.
Excellent. So,
guys, I can roll well in this game.
Yes! Don't deny!
She bolts down this. Her car bolts down this twisting alley. She tries to get cut off, but 2 squad cars come in down from the side. She turns. You psych her out just at the right moment to get her to turn, and her tires screech to a halt as her vehicle bolts down to the end of this alley, this dead-end alley in front of this big signboard, and just screeches to a stop, tires squealing right before it hits. And she just bumps the sign. You have caught your criminal.
Yay!
And I think with that, we shall take a quick break. And for those of you who would like to hear more of this same music, you'll hear it in a second. We'll be back in about 5-10 minutes. See you shortly. We have returned. So, let's see. What I'm going to briefly mention before I come back to Sergeant Stone and Detective Stevenson, I just want to ask briefly, Bonita and Clyde, is there anything else you want to do at the moment, or do you want to just try to reconnect back up with everyone else?
So am I to understand that there is a sort of soiree that we will now have access to?
There may very well be. Yes. There is a... apparently... So Miss Wiggins makes a few phone calls. And she is able to wrangle a couple of invitations for you. So let's see, how does this go? Yeah, it's not like you have to present a physical invitation. This is more of a necessarily, but she will give you an opportunity to provide names that you want to that you want to go by, or at least a code name or something that you can tell them you can each tell them at the door.
Yeah, assumed names, I guess.
And that's basically that gets you on the guest list. The people at the door know to listen for this, and then you can go in. They don't necessarily expect people to use their real names necessarily if they don't want to, but it's one of those things where they'll put those names on the guest list. So they do that, and apparently there is something happening tonight. At the which Wiggins will tell you as she suspected, at the old plane factory, and you're to go to the door by the side door by the main test hangar, and you will knock. They will ask you your names, the names you gave her, and they will let you in. Heavens help you.
So, is this a formal event?
From what she she will say. From what I gather, you should probably put on a tie. You know what those are, right?
I'll have you know, I do own my own tux, ma'am.
Oh, you own your own now. That's good.
It was me.
Bo, do you have something suitable to wear for this evening?
Yes.
I have to ask these things. I don't know. All I ever see you is in uniform.
I'm not married to the job yet.
Well, it's good that you classified that. All right, so I guess what we're going to need to do is we're going to need a van. And maybe a go word too, but not pineapples this time, because that would be very hard to pull off again so smoothly.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Is there anything we might need to know before we go into Layer of the beast here.
Well, I expect there's going to be rather a lot of gambling going on.
Oh.
And some sort of... I don't know precisely the nature of the meeting. Just simply that apparently there are rather a lot of people that are going to be involved.
Ah, well, that should be fun. I don't suppose Mr. Masterson would like to perhaps put down a stake for me.
You really are pushing it, aren't you?
Who loves you, baby?
Am I to presume, she says to Benita, that the Seattle Police Department is going to be good for any stakes lost? In this endeavor? Provided that, for some reason, and I can't imagine why I'm imagining this, but if for some reason they're not recoverable?
Captain's not gonna like that.
I haven't heard the faintest thing about a budget crisis.
She leans in and she... yeah, budget crisis. What? She says,
I just like it if it was anybody but Bo that was asked. They would have been, yeah, it's fine.
she sort of leans in. Yeah, I know, right? She just sort of leans forward, sort of cocks her head. Clyde, I'd like to speak to your partner privately for just a moment, if I may.
I'll go take a walk in the garden now.
Yes, in between the things that were planted, not on them. And so, presumably, does Clyde get up and go? Okay.
Yeah, Clyde gets up and walks. He's like, geez, happened just one time. And
So who grabs that iced tea because is it warm in here?
Detective Bentley,
Yes, ma'am.
I have an important question for you. Has he matured at all? Does he have the potential? Is he, in a word, worth it? 2 words.
Well, I will say, for as much as he still comes off like a showboat, he never tries to steal the scene when we're together.
Well, that is something of an improvement, at least. Your bias in this regard notwithstanding. Very well. I should advise you, however, this is not this particular interest is not a safe one. I mean, for goodness sake, for goodness sake, imagine, you know what he did to the car. Imagine what he'd do to another person. At any rate, you can tell it. At any rate, you may have your stake. I do want it back.
I I will do my best to look after it.
Very well. And she goes back into the house, and a few minutes later, she emerges and hands you an envelope full of money. We're going to cut back to to an alleyway where there is where currently a suspect is being taken into custody.
Lieutenant will be so proud of us.
So what are
Okay.
you doing? What are you doing with this? So you've got her. You've got Laura the Fire Fray.
Yep.
She's got her hands up. She's in the in her car is at a dead end. She turns to you. You see her red frizzy hair. You do recognize her from the from some photos.
Approaching, the window where the driver's window, with the gun. Tap on the window.
She rolls it down.
What were you doing?
Evening, Sergeant.
What were you doing?
I was working.
See, the way this works is, you tell me what I need to know before I get annoyed. And you make it to lock up.
All right. Let's use pressure here. Let's apply pressure. You're gonna roll plus badass.
I got your back. I got your back.
What is my bet? Oh. Oh!
Oh no!
Okay. She just sort of grins at you, and she says, "I feel like I should be asking for a lawyer right now. Is this the time when I ask for a lawyer? This is the time I ask for a lawyer."
You could. You could ask for a lawyer. But before you do, before you ask for the lawyer, because you haven't actually done it yet, I'm willing to walk out of this dead end with my partner. Before all the uniforms show up. And forget I saw you. If you can give me something.
Ooh. All right. You're gonna move to manipulate someone now. So this is roll plus heart.
Oh no! You should have let me deal with it.
I'm going to spend a point of rep and roll my cool instead.
All right.
Because you're gonna look so cool doing it.
You're playing this cool.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
cool about it.
So I spend a point of rep. Takes me down to 1.
Ah!
Hey!
There we go. All right. So that being the case, they do it. All right. So she says, "Oh, well, since you put it that way, well, since you are asking so nicely, what would you like to know?"
Well, first off, who hired you to burn the boat?
Guy named Dennis. He is a they don't he works, well, not on the books, but he works for the Basilica Group.
That's Casterson's company, isn't it? I asked the commissioner.
Yes, it is.
Yes. Okay. Were you given a reason or any special circumstances under which this job had to be done?
My guess, well, they don't tell me a lot, but my guess is that they were not willing to get on board, as it were.
Okay.
And, yeah, that's kind of a competition. There's kind of a competition issue going on.
What kind of competition do you mean?
My understanding is that there are rather a lot of bigwigs getting together tonight over at the old plane factory, and they're getting ready to it's kind of a sort of a party, sort of a kind of a point where they're coming to kind of an agreement. Bunch of fellows who are coming in on the boat tonight from down south, if you know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Fellows are the kind that I think enjoy bringing packages that are all big white bricks.
Okay.
And and a bunch of locals who are been in charge of a lot of different things.
So, anything else that you can think of that would convince me?
I think it's probably an invite-only thing. It's starting at 8.
Okay.
I got that much.
As I say the next thing, I'm starting to reach into the car. And I go, "You really, really are a bad driver." I take the keys out of her car, column, and then I lean back. I say, "Guess you'll have to walk, won't you?" And I stand there as I wait for her to start to open the door.
You son of...
And as soon as her hand goes onto the thing to open the door, I cuff her. Cuff on the hand, cuff on the steering wheel, and I go, "Now I'll keep my word. If you can get out of here before the uniform's around, you're free to go."
A little caption appears on the screen that says, "Laura the Fire will remember this."
And as I walk away, over my shoulder, I say, "You should have asked for the lawyer."
Nice. Okay. Well, there we are.
She's an arsonist. I'm not going to let an arsonist get away with it.
I mean, there was a question. There was a question. Okay. All right. I dig it. Let me see here. Okay.
Oh
Gotcha.
man, Lieutenant's gonna be so proud of us. We caught an arsonist.
All right. So, I think we're going to cut ahead to see if you folks are you folks going to regroup at some point, or do you want to do anything else before you regroup?
I'm gonna see if I know if the body's already in the morgue right now.
By this point, it has just arrived at the morgue. It will have just arrived.
All right. I think we're just gonna wait a little bit. Probably give it about an hour or two, and then I'll meet my contact.
Okay.
Well, in which case, that could probably happen after we meet up and compare notes.
Yeah, definitely.
Cool.
So after that meeting, I'll go check about my contact.
All right. Where are you folks meeting up?
Donut Alley.
What time of day is
it? Long night. We need our fuel.
It is.
We're detectives. You can't see us without coffee and donuts.
It's important. So yes, it's getting on toward. It's dusk at this point. Basically, you've got a few hours before the soiree this evening. As the
Okay.
I'm presuming the sun sets a little earlier up here, and so I take it you're meeting at Donut Alley.
Sounds good to me.
All right. So you are there. The sound of donuts screaming in the oven reaches your ears as you enter.
Man, I love this place. Yep. So I think probably me and Stone are gonna go to our usual spot where we get our good coffee. Me getting an American version of a medium double and a Boston cream donut. And him just getting a large black coffee, maybe like a chocolate donut or something.
All right. You sure you have enough donuts there? You need more? Okay.
Did I get that right for Stone for his preference?
Close enough. When Mal sits down with the box of donuts, and I'm going, yeah, be careful not to get any blood in your glucose stream.
Yeah.
I've had a day, Stone. I need donuts.
Police fuel.
It's fuel. I need.
So Bonita and Clyde will also arrive there. I think probably about that time.
Please tell me you have something.
Yeah, we do, actually. Seems like we've got a very nice soiree to attend tonight. Lots of big things going down.
Would this be at the plane warehouse by any chance?
Yes, what a happy coincidence.
Yeah, while you guys were somewhere, me and Stone went on a car chase.
Oh yeah, we heard about that on the radio.
Yeah, there was some like weird interference going on when I was talking to backup. It was really weird.
You realize, I think, if we play our cards right, and my gut is telling me the right thing, this soiree will allow us to solve our case, narcotics case,
And the murder.
and the murder, and get us good in with get us in good with the captain, so he doesn't fire me.
Oh, so
Okay,
long as we
really?
have our priorities in place.
No pressure.
Well, if we solve 3 different cases for 3 different centers, that's going to be pretty much a legend in the making. Doesn't that sound cool?
Let's
I
be fair.
suppose we can't argue with that.
Let's be fair. Me being fired was last on the list.
I know that, but if you did get fired, I'd be really sad because then I would lose my partner.
It's better than losing them the other way.
Yeah, I guess, but still, I would still miss you.
So, party.
Yeah.
What's the plan?
Well, Bo and I have invitations, so we are going to go in undercover and scope the place out.
How did you get invitations?
I was just my usual charming self.
I just like kind of like do like a head tilt to that, and I look over to Bo, just be like, you know, like so what really happened?
I'll tell you all about it later.
So you guys can have access to the party. Then are you guys gonna have the mic up again so that me and Stone could hear from a band? Is that the
Sure.
plan?
So here's what I'm thinking. If we stay in the van nearby, possibly try and figure out our own way in. Yeah, we'll figure out whether we can get in there some way when we're there, because we don't know what the full setup is. But I think what we need to do is get in touch with narcotics and get them set up and ready to raid, but don't tell them where. Just have them set up close enough. Because if this goes well, we're going to need boots on the ground.
I think that's a good idea.
Any objections? No?
Well, do you have anything else to add?
Don't screw up.
Don't screw up.
Wow, tough crowd today.
So, who's getting in touch with the lieutenant over narcotics?
Does he hate me?
I mean, there's so many people on that list.
Well, generally speaking, if anybody's got a rank in the police department, they either love me or they hate me. Which
fair.
side does this guy fall?
Well, that's the.
Good T100 and figure that out.
I mean, well, it's either that or we do a or we just do a we do one of the these moves here.
I think the adults need to do this, so maybe Bo. Maybe Bo and Stone will have to go do it.
We know the lieutenant likes me.
Well, no, that's our lieutenant, not narcotics lieutenant.
Yeah, different lieutenant over each division.
Oh, yeah. Well,
so I think we'll yeah, let's see. Yeah, I mean, so yeah, the two of you can go and can basically just try to come in. We won't stretch this one out necessarily too much, because just this is a question of just seeing kind of how we do. So I'm gonna bring this to let's see. I don't think there are any other interdepartmental things here. So
Well, I'm happy to let Bo take lead. She's going to need to practice her interdepartmental skills.
All right. It'll be manipulate someone, because that's all I've really can see here as a move for something along these lines. So it'll be rolling plus heart.
I'm guessing Bo's really good at heart.
all her points are in procedure.
Still, that's not terrible. They do it, but there's a problem. So you pick one from the list. They want something in return. They reveal it to someone else. It takes them longer than it should. So someone else is harmed. Or they think badly of you, lose a rep.
Okay. Let's see. Maybe they want something in return.
Okay. So let's see. In order for narcotics to back you up on this, yeah, I think they want the collar. If they're going in and raiding.
Compromise. You give us the backup, okay? We'll say it was a joint operation. That way, you get to claim all the narcotic side of things without us being helpful at all, and we get to keep the vice side.
Okay, now you roll plus heart. I can't wait to see how this goes.
Oh no, I can't look. Oh no!
Excellent. All right.
No!
So,
Why did I go with you?
Unless I'm rolling cool, I can't
I think that basically that the narcotics lieutenant is going to well, this tells us a couple of things. First of all, this tells us the narcotics lieutenant is one of the ones that does not like you. So
right, it was probably that time I took a dump in his car.
Yeah, they might have objected to that. But what they will do instead is they're going to basically have. So here's the compromise they're willing to make. They will share the credit, but they want their person in next to Stone watching everything that he does. So you're going to have to babysit a narcotics detective while you are doing everything else.
Sure.
All right.
As soon as I leave the office, I go to the appropriate place to get a new set pair of handcuffs. 2 of them. Well, my handcuffs are currently attached to an arsonist.
That's true.
All right. You are getting Detective Fairbanks.
See, there's a reason why Stone is still only a sergeant.
And you're getting Detective Amanda Fairbanks will be helping to coordinate this with you. So she's going to be in the van as well. All right.
It's my turn.
You also, I will say, Yeah, I will say that she's while she's not IA, it is rumored that she is important to them. All right.
So who wants to wire? Is it going to be Clyde or Bo with the wire this time?
I think Bo should have the wire. Obviously, no one trusts me with any expensive equipment.
Dress in evening wear and wear a wire.
Let's be fair, Clyde. You can't drive a wire into the Puget Sound.
I feel like we're just gonna kill our commissioner before this day is out. I feel like that's what's gonna happen.
Oh, that's so good.
Solid advice, Stone. Solid advice.
Look, I just don't understand why you need 3 pedals in a car.
Hey, there's no need to get defensive. I can think of 3 people with better stories on the Force than you. That's it.
I feel like at this point, Clyde, that your Rolls Royce story is just getting a little bit old.
Wow.
Sort of like the sergeant.
Hey, I'm not getting old anything. I got old a long time ago.
I feel as though everyone should now add 1 stress to their relationships with the people they are not partnered with.
I gotta add a stress to Bo and Clyde.
Yes.
Okay. I will do that.
All right, fine. I will wear the wire again.
I will note one that there is a trope that I recently discovered. That there was a series once called Policewoman, and there are places to put a wire if you are wearing a dress. Apparently, if you wish, but it is up to you. Also, but you would probably also need to carry a purse for the battery pack
And your gun.
Yeah.
But once again, that's it's up to you to do so. But Clyde can wear the wire if he so desires. Just up to the how do you want to do it?
And this time you'll be wearing your tux, not a Hawaiian shirt.
So you can't use pineapples.
Yeah, that's the requirement for using.
But I do have the perfect one. I have the perfect code word you guys can use. Cocktail shrimps.
If people say I don't take this job seriously.
Look, I'm doing my best here, okay? I'm not the one going in there. Plus, I could be having cocktail shrimps in there. You don't know. You haven't been to this party yet.
No, I think you should go with you need to call your chauffeur.
We'll figure it out.
I like call the chauffeur. That way neither one of us has to drive for change.
Well, I suppose if you just want to sit in the back.
Oh my god.
We might get that smooch sooner than we thought.
We're gonna get something. I don't know what it's gonna look like.
All right, so I guess we've got our plan.
Righto! Excellent.
It's the same as the plan that we opened the show with. What could possibly go wrong?
Also,
I know.
if we really want to raise the stakes for Bo, she could wear the wire and Clyde could help her put it on.
Oh!
Well,
At that suggestion, Stone just goes, and walks out.
I'm gonna follow suit.
Actually, that's not a bad idea. If we can get a limo, because there's probably going to be one of the impound or whatever, we can actually use the limo as the van and be parked a lot closer.
Ooh, can we get Fairbanks to drive it?
So I think I love the idea of using a limo, so I'm going to say yes, you can get a limo from Impound. Getting Fairbanks to drive it, I think you're going to need to convince her to do that.
No, I think it's probably better if, just purely because of what people are going to expect. They're probably going to expect somebody that looks like me to be driving it.
Okay, fine. Yeah, I still need to get in touch with my contact about something first.
That's right. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so you go talk to your contact. We'll get the limo set up with the listening equipment and all that sort of stuff.
It sounds like a plan.
I just like the idea of the limo because it means that we can be, a couple of 100 yards closer.
Yeah. No, that's a great idea. So Mal, you're going to go and talk to your contact.
Yes, I am.
You're going to talk to Felicia Bars?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, Felicia Bars. That's right.
So you're going to head a bit of a ways away to the morgue.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, you go down. You show your badge, and they will let you in. And you're going to see that you're going to see basically a room full of drawers.
A lot of bodies in them.
A lot of bodies. What does Felicia look like?
I would say that Felicia has dark brown curly hair. She has these like glasses on her. She has really nice, pretty brown eyes, and she's wearing like this lab coat with her like with her like tag thing that shows that she's a member of the morgue, and she looks super smart and stuff.
Okay. And so this is who you see. So she turns around as she's working on she's taking notes, and she looks up. Mel. Hey. What can I do for you?
I just I know you probably don't do this a lot, but I wanted to know like what updates you probably have on the homicide that I found earlier today.
Oh. The rookie. Okay. So you're gonna roll plus heart, and
Yep.
you're gonna see how it goes.
Yep. Luckily, I just got a boost.
I did.
I did get a. I do have to roll manually now.
Oh, it's plus 3.
No, it's plus 2.
Oh no,
Plus
the
2.
plus 2 is on there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you just add a macro into that. Psh, what was I thinking?
Yeah, no worries.
I don't know, but okay. Let's do hashtag 2d6 plus 2 and success.
Excellent. All right. So yes, that's definitely a hit there. And where is it? Where is it there? Playbooks. There it is. They can help. All right. And she was looking over and she says, "Oh, well, yes. I did have a look. Why is she suddenly? No. Yes, I did have a look. It was It was interesting. It was all right. It was
interesting.
It looks like it was done with a meat cleaver.
That's very specific.
Yes. As far as I could tell, it's not something you see a lot of, but I have seen it before.
You have?
So well, yeah, it was a while back. There was a there are a few. And there was a serial killer a few years back that I had I got to consult on during my my internship. And blows to the body looked a lot like it. Probably not the same person necessarily. Obviously, that person got incarcerated, but I did remember what the wound looked like, and it looked like this. And she says, gesturing to this drawer that's got a body in it with the cloth is over it right now, though.
Did the serial killer have a name by any chance? Do you remember?
Yes. Let me see. Garth Mueller?
Okay.
Or the Garth the Butcher, which was not terribly original, but that's what they were kind of calling him.
So you said the guy was incarcerated, so do you think it might possibly be like a copycat or something?
I don't know. Could be. Easily. I mean, that seems to me the most reasonable explanation. But, yeah, you gotta watch out for him. It's very,
Very dangerous. I
yeah,
can
very dangerous kind of thing. Yeah, it's not a good way to go.
It's definitely not a good way to go. It's really sad.
But no, that was the interesting thing. But no, as far as I'm aware, he's the original Mueller's in prison, I believe.
I could check to see if he still is, possibly. but thank you so much for this. It really helps me out.
Well, I'm glad I can help.
Yeah, we should get some food sometimes or some coffee. That'd be really good.
Oh, that would be great. I do not remember the last time I saw daylight.
Yeah, you could use some. You're looking a little pale in your complexion. I should get you out in the sun, or you might go all vampire on me.
Well, we can't have that again.
Nope, we cannot have that. I'll see you later.
All right, take care, Mel. Good luck.
Yeah. Thanks. And I think with that, I'm just gonna look up try and find some old case files with photos of Garth the Butcher, and possibly see, like, before we leave with the limo, to see, like, if he still is incarcerated or there's been something that happened recently.
So you have to make a couple of calls.
Yeah, I would have to.
And you get you go up. You go up. You get the case file, and you find you get a picture, so you're able to see what the guy looks like. Big, sort of broad, husky gentleman, very sort of stern face, and very sort of plastered down hair, and before you leave the station, you get another call back from the prison, and apparently he was transferred recently, but because he was here we go. He was supposedly expedited recently. He was transferred because he was wanted overseas for a few things. He was wanted in. He was actually wanted for crimes in Japan.
Okay.
And
He never made it
something
over.
something very similar to that. Well, he they saw him get on the plane.
Okay. So I'm getting on a plane.
No word after that. Apparently the Japanese authorities were very upset afterward. For some reason, they're not. But there's not a lot of that. Apparently there was some confusion. There's that he did not. There was some sort of issue of him not making the trip on the other end. So the plane left. When it landed, he wasn't on it.
All right. And I'll thank the prison for taking their time to talk to me about this, and then I'm just gonna go over to the others, and I'll tell them what I know.
All right.
Yeah.
So, any further things you want to sort of plan out before you head to this soiree?
Oh, there's so many things, but Stone wouldn't think of them. Mole the player is obsessed with this whole computer systems hacking thing, but Stone would have no idea.
No, I don't know if Al would know much about it either. But I think, like, she would also, like, add, like, if there's any cars, if that Eric dude is at that party, that means outgoing system probably is there. But we still have to keep that connection close.
Okay.
Yeah, I definitely think Stone thinks that outgoing systems is connected somehow.
But how it works,
doesn't know how.
Yeah, we have no idea.
All right. So, you get it. Yeah, I presume you're all gonna get it. Hop in the limo, and
I will be putting on my smarter suit, my wedding suit. I have two suits: my work suit and my wedding suit.
She just looks over at Stone as she, like, gets out this other suit. She's like, So, do I have to dress nice for this, or am I fine just with what I'm wearing?
Do you want to look nice in the back of the limo?
Maybe.
So, Detective Fairbanks will show up. She is wearing a black leather jacket. You can see that as she's coming in, she has 2 guns that she's got in holsters that she's pulling together. It's a very smart looking leather jacket, some sort of overcoat, and just sort of a button up shirt, and she just sort of looks like, all right, we ready to do this? And she's got long black hair.
Yeah, sure. Bo, I'll get that wire on you while we're on the way to the...
As we're driving, I'm going to turn my head and talk into the back of the limo and say, so, Fairbanks, answer this question. Your lieutenant, is he an arsehole?
I mean, after a while it gets hard to figure out who is and isn't an asshole because they all seem to be.
Good enough. Welcome to the team.
Fine. All right. Man, I just hope I get to shoot at something tonight.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see. We wanted to do that immediately, or we'll just set up the alarm and everything would be ruined. We might not get a chance like this ever again.
Oh, that sounds very defeatist.
I need a realist, Clyde. Because all you ever think about is your special tropical shirt and tropical fruits.
Mal.
Wow.
Don't jinx it.
Okay, I won't jinx it.
Oh yeah, you folks really get along.
All right. Well, so now on to the actual professional police work.
I was being serious earlier.
Hey, Bo, turn around. Let me undo your gown here, and I'll get the wire strapped in for you.
Let's just get it done.
And
Okay.
I just look at Bo, saying I give Bo look. It's like, if he does anything to you, I will protect you.
Please, we're professionals
Not that
here.
kind of guy.
So he's gonna start playing with wire, and then he's just gonna notice something. Bo, you're all wet with perspiration. Are you nervous about tonight?
I think if you're doing this still, did you go to another room to do this, or are you still doing? Are you doing this as you're getting ready in front of everybody else?
I thought we were doing this on the limo ride into the.
Limo ride is okay. I think at this point Fairbanks is going to shove you aside and say, "You pig! Let me do this. Come on, turn around."
I'm just
saying she was.
Guys never put a wire on anybody before.
Thank you.
Oh my god.
Stop it.
Do we need to take a break?
Yeah,
I feel
I'm
like-
thinking now might be the time to take the break.
Yeah, I feel like advancing the relationship clocks again. But this time just the just like Bo and Clyde's relationship clock, bond clock. I feel like advancing that now by one. Not to 9 o'clock, not yet, but we're getting there. or indeed the ship clock. So as we are, yeah, I think you're going to finally, as you're rolling out, you pull up and you see before you, towering ahead of you, a few cars, but leading to the old warehouse. And yes, let's go ahead and go to break as we attempt to recover and figure out what we're doing. We'll be back in just a few minutes. See you shortly. Okay. We have returned. We are no longer dying.
We're not dying anymore, we're very much alive. And also not undead, if that's what you're thinking.
For the most part, yes. I'm probably not undead. But we are now pulling in to this property. There is a chain link fence that is standing open. You notice that there are a couple of guys, big sort of thugs dressed in black. They're wearing black vests. They look like a private security type deal. Dressed in these black coats. And as you're pulling up, they sort of one of the gentlemen is just sort of standing there. We'll knock on the window.
Which one?
The driver window.
Okay, I open it.
And yeah.
I'm guessing Clyde would have given me the names that he'd had for him.
Yes, it's Mr. and Mrs. Archer.
Yeah, I just I unwind the window and I say, Mr. and Mrs. Archer.
And he just checks a list he's got in his hand. Sort of flips over a page, looks at it, nods. He's got a clipboard. All right. He sort of waves toward the back window. He can't really see very well into it, and he says, "All right, have a good evening." And he steps back.
Okay, I drive up so that when they get out, people can't really see in to see the two extra people.
Yep. So as you're driving up, you're actually there's someone there sort of directing traffic, as there are a lot of different places. It's a abandoned factory. There is a parking lot, but there's a place where you can pull up to near the main hangar, near the test hangar, and let folks out. And the guy who's directing traffic will come up, and he will move as though to open the side door for to let you out. Do you let him do that, or do you leap out first and do it yourself?
I'll do it myself.
Okay, so you leap out. You're kind of getting like, and he's.
I give him a look of these people, and do it.
All right. Open the door, and what do we see coming out of the limo?
So, Bo is wearing a one of those very classic ruffled shirt tuxedos. A red paisley sort of pattern to it, and his bow tie is remarkably well tied. So he is going to step out and hold his hand out to help his partner out of the limo.
I feel like Benita would have gone for a, classic black dress. Her hair is down. She may have traded out her glasses for contact lenses just to give herself the least cop-looking profile she could for the evening.
Excellent. Okay. You do have the option, if you wish, of bringing one of the other detectives with you as your security. Do you want to do that, or do you want to just go in by yourselves?
Yes, let's take Fairbanks with us as security.
Okay. Yeah, the thing with Fairbanks is that yes, she's nominally there to keep an eye on Stone, but at the same time, she understands Stone is what is directing the operation, so she will do what he says. So she'll come out and she looks like a security guard.
Well, when it would have come up beforehand, I would have said it is the most likely chance you'll have of shooting someone.
She will totally go for that. All right, so again, she hops out after the two of you, and she's got her leather overcoat basically on, and she just sneers at the at the parking attendant who's just standing there wearing a vest basically, and this is like he just gestures to toward the door, so you can all head in that direction, or the two of you can, and he'll lean over and he'll lean over to Stone. He says, "Yeah, there should be some spaces open just around the side there. In the left-hand corner, you can't miss it."
I get back in the car.
All right.
In the area that he directs me to, is there a place where I can line myself up so I can get to that hang-up very quickly? Even if it means going around slightly and actually through the hangar doors.
I would like you to read a scene for me, please, as you're
Read the scene.
Am I able to help him with that?
You may. You may cover a block.
Yeah, I shall cover.
Oh dear.
So it's with plus.
Oh,
it's
no.
with plus. Oh no!
Oh dear.
So it's with the cool. What's the oh no for?
Let's do this for a moment. We lost Alyssa for a moment.
Oh, that's what the oh no was. Oh
Yeah.
no! Oh no!
And now we're all in the wrong places.
Oh no.
Who am I actually? I didn't see the stream.
Right now you're in Eno.
Yeah, the only person in the right place is Jim.
Yeah.
I'm Bo. Haha.
It is my lot in life.
No. Oh, I was like, okay. Do you want me to still at least roll the block and cover thing, or do you want me to wait?
Yeah. Go ahead and roll that if you want to. I didn't even see where we are here.
Yeah, Barry.
That's a no.
That'll be awesome.
Okay.
No.
In which case I'm going to be rolling my procedure, right?
Yes.
Yay, because that's a -1.
Oof. Oh no!
The annoying thing is, if I'd have gotten the +1 from you, that would have been a partial success.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whether it is the best place or not, I am lining myself up to drive so I can drive through the hangar doors. To
Excellent. All right.
Whether it's a good idea or not, it's going to be dramatic.
I'm gonna just like as he's driving, I'm just gonna try to like keep an eye out for any outgoing system cars that I see.
Cool. That works. Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's
just
so
clicking around
roomy in the
crazily.
back. Who knew it'd be so
is.
fun to
You
drive
know,
a
you're going to have to do all
little
this again in a minute.
Yep. I know, right? So, just kind of as we're doing that. Yeah, so you get her. So you find basically as you're going around, you can't find the place where he's talking about, and so you have to park way away. You can, so either that or you're just gonna have to keep driving around, which is another possibility. One thing I will say though, kind of as you get to the far end of the lot, where you finally find there is like a space if you want it, you will see Eric Morris's car.
Oh.
We're now going to cut over. Or actually, I don't know if we can cut over yet. She's not back. But that was a perfect place to cut over. So as you're so as you're kind of looking around, you before I cut over, I will say you do notice that car, and this is at this point probably the people you're working with are probably already inside the building. Is there anything you would like to do?
I'm just going to be leaving the limo idling.
Okay. Seeing they're idling, getting ready.
Basically, it's a case of, as soon as they ask for that, they call for their chauffeur.
Yeah.
We're putting our foot down.
Yep. I'm just gonna keep an eye out just to see if I see anything come out of Eric's van.
All right.
And also while listening with the wire at the same time.
Okay.
Oh, we're staking out the scene.
So.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty much leaving you to do the listening in and stuff because I can't really put the headphones on because people see me.
Good point.
That's true. So, as
and
we
I
are,
do have headphones on.
it's like this is planned. So as we get, we're gonna pan over to coming in through the through that door, that side door near the main hangar. See, basically it's a factory, but there's an area, there's a test hangar, so it's like a big sort of hangar door, and then to the side of it there is this metal door that you are to go up to and knock on. If you want, Amanda will knock on the door for you. Otherwise, you can just head up. So.
Yes, Carter. Would you be so kind as to open the door?
Of course, sir. Excellent. And now another moment of chaos.
Chaos.
As people are each other for a little bit. So yes. So Carter will go ahead and go over and open the door.
I will say, because of green screen on my bit, it does kind of look like Alyssa is in a sauna. It is kind of
weird. It's like there's this transparent background. It's funny. So I'm going to be slowly working on that. But sort of as you're going through, that's going on. So Carter, quote unquote, will go up and knock on the door. And the door will open. And they will. I don't think. There actually is a metal grill. It's not like a speakeasy type deal. But someone comes up and she says, "Mr. and Mrs. Archer." That's the name you gave, right, Archer?
Yes.
Okay. And so she will basically give that, and they'll open the door. Will swing open for you, and you come into a room that you are led into a room that is basically these offices next to the main hangar, the main test hangar. You have essentially these sort of what would we call it? It's kind of like you have a few little hallways here and some side offices, and the person behind the door offers to take your coats. Which I don't know if you have coats with you right now or not, but an offer has been made. You said you were just wearing sort of tuxedo and dress, so they offer to take anything Presumably you don't hand them anything. All right. And you are led into this, into the hangar. Now, so there is the, there is what looks like a mostly assembled plane. That's like the first thing that you spy. That is sitting, kind of just sort of in the hangar toward the side of it. It's still, you know, and in front of it there are several tables laid out. There's a lot of these round tables that are just kind of all throughout this place. There are long tables kind of along the side and the back that have various things upon them, like hors d'oeuvres and what have you.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Do they actually have cocktail shrimps?
They do, in fact, have cocktail shrimps. That's not the least of what they have, yes. But they have, they've got sort of a table with where most of the alcohol is currently right now. They have a table with they say largely hors d'oeuvres, stuffed mushroom type things, and other sort of various cheeses. And then they also have they have other fare. There is an area sort of where they will pat down, where they will kind of there's a security guard at the entrance of this who asks if who just looks like he is patting people down as you are getting ready to go in. So what would you like to do?
So, well, we can't get searched like that. I think what Clyde is going to do is he's going to sort of nudge Carter ahead, and then because people are very uncomfortable with it, Clyde is going to kiss Bo very deeply and do a very a very public display of affection as he sort of sidles through security and hope that no one realizes what's going on.
We have a smooch!
All right. We have let's see. We're gonna have, this is a manipulate someone roll. This is for you're manipulating the people in the warehouse. This is we're dealing with PDA here.
And if it helps, I will lean into it as hard as I need to.
All right. You may also cover or block.
Or this could technically count as self-medicate.
It could.
It's a vice. I feel like the PDA would definitely count as
This is Vice, yes. The Vice Squad is doing some Vice, so you may also roll, if you prefer, you may roll plus badass, but otherwise you're going to be, for cover or block, you will be rolling plus cool. Clyde will be rolling plus, though to manipulate someone would be rolling plus heart.
So seduction doesn't actually play into this?
You know what? Yes. Go ahead and use your seduction, because that's definitely something we can apply here.
Oh, actually, I would actually use strange customs. When you engage in the nightlife of the city, no matter the dice result, you can always select one from the list.
Okay.
Bo is not cool at all. She is way into it.
All right.
I don't know if that helps or hinders.
That's an excellent question. We'll find out in a moment. Okay, you got a 9. Let's see. This is on the outsider here. Strange customs. Zoom in, damn you.
It's one of those weird ones where, you know, not being cool is kind of good if you're actually into it.
That's what I'm hoping.
You're kind of engaging in the nightlife. So Yeah, so this is basically the same as the nightlife roll. Always select one, but on a 9 or if on a 9 or less, you gain the notice of someone. Okay, so you get to. So we go back to the nightlife move. Go ahead and pick one from the list. You will be noticed. I can't imagine why they noticed you.
They think badly of me because really, this is so not decorum for such a thing.
Well, this is the nightlife move.
Yeah.
Really?
So you would either gain a contact, remove one stress, learn one useful piece of information about the case, learn something useful or relevant about the city.
Let's learn one useful piece of information about the case.
All right.
Our first piece.
So
I thought what we already had was useful. But you could possibly have a meat cleaver serial killer at this party. Who knows?
well, so you notice a few things, kind of as you're doing this. You're kind of looking around, and yeah, you do slip. You are going to slip through, because I believe you made the PDA roll here. I will say that Bo is currently perhaps
Getting too into it?
maybe a little bit. But so it's gonna be one of those things where it sort of is as this is going on, a woman in a cocktail dress is going to come up to you. Just kind of chuckling. And she has blonde hair. She looks like she's about 40, but she's very well put together. Her blonde hair is up, and as she sort of watches you all saunter in, she says, "Oh, delightful! You must come sit at my table." And she extends her gloved hand, and as she does so, she says, "I'm Cora."
Cora, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Paul, and this is Sabrina. Sorry.
You all right there?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so my name is Paul. This is my wife Sabrina.
Oh yes, you work for Masterson, right?
We do. We're the Archers. He says with a really, really fake social smile.
Fake social smile. Fake social smile, by the way, will be the name of my next 90s indie cover album. So
The fake social smile.
so yes, they will. She'll invite you. Oh, I must hear all about your latest publication venture. Come.
Oh, of course.
And
We have such a great story to tell
Latest
about their
publishing
most
venture.
recent trip to Bora Bora. Isn't that right, honey?
Absolutely delightful.
Excellent. Let's talk about it over a game. We are here to play, after all.
Wait, was that the code word? Was that the code word?
What was the code word? Was there?
We need to call the chauffeur.
Oh, that's right. That was the
Oh
code
yeah,
word.
okay. She's just listening and she's just looking over at Stone. She's like, Stone. They found Cora. I don't know how they did it, but they found her.
So
Well, it's her party.
It's true. But for whatever reason, she seemed impressed. I wonder what they did to impress her.
Says, so your guard will either need to keep her leave her guns with Manfred here, or she can wait in the office with the others.
Oh, Carter, do be kind and play well with the others in the office.
Yes, sir. It's hard to find good help these days, I suppose.
Tell me about it.
The Fairbanks will stalk off to this side office that you can see through a window. There you see various thugs milling around in there. So she guides you over to this table. This kind of longer table where I think they're actually I think it's actually a craps table. So there are a bunch of people around it throwing dice. And so yeah, in here you see all manner of games being played. There are dice games. There are games. There are card games, poker games, whist, and various other things. And there is a roulette wheel. And there are banners strung up all over the place. She'll guide you over to the table and say, do you like slinging the dice?
Oh, we're very much fans of throwing.
Excellent. And she sort of will, as she guides you over. Well, I leave you in the good hands of my croupier here for just a bit. I shall be right back. Just a few announcements need to be made. Do enjoy yourselves. I do hope this means Mr. Masterson is interested finally in buying in.
Oh, we should talk about that. Perhaps someplace a little more quiet. But after your announcements, of course.
But of course. There is a stage laid out. It's a sort of a black box type affair that's kind of been set up right in front of the airplane. She takes the stage. There is a microphone connected up to it. In the meantime, are you attempting to play craps, or are you just sort of watching other people, or what are you doing?
Well, I mean, it would be a shame if the stake wasn't put to good use. So, so he'll pick up the dice, and
One important thing is that so at this table, she also brought you to this table because this is one of the places where they're giving out chips, and so they ask you to turn in some money for chips. And minimum buy-in at this for this casino, 1970s, is going to be $5,000.
How much was in the envelope?
In the envelope was about 10,000.
So we'll buy in for 5,000.
Okay. They give you some chips. You give them half your money. And they have you. You can either place your bets down for someone else who's throwing, or if you want to throw, then you.
Oh no, we're gonna throw. So,
all right.
Yeah, so he'll take a hold of the dice and give it a shake as he places his bet, and then to the table he will go. So I'll have you all know that my wife Sabrina is a virgin to craps. So this is going to be some pretty lucky rolling.
Chuckle.
You know.
They chuckle richly.
Yeah. Sabrina, would you be a DM blow on these dice? You're always very good at that. So he'll throw. So he'll play and he'll let the dice roll.
All right. Are you doing anything special here, or are you just rolling the dice?
He's just trying to get a feel for it. Try to get the, he's got to try to throw, make as consistent a throw as possible, but hold the dice in the same way each time he does that throw.
Yeah. I think I'm going to let. I think I'm going to let both of you read the scene. Because there are a couple of things I can tell you here.
Okay.
So this is rolling plus procedure.
Procedure. Hey!
Yeah.
Oh, it's a good thing.
Oh.
It's a partial
Okay.
success.
All right, yeah. So you're basically going to you're just going to throw and hope you do okay. And you try to hold it consistent, hold the consistency. You know you're looking for. Apparently 7s are good. There's like a progression in the numbers that you're looking for. So on a 7 to 9, you may ask one of the read a scene questions. Bonita.
I'll defer to Bo.
All right, so remind me of my options because I don't have all my
Okay.
tabs open
Sorry.
anymore.
Oh, right,
I
sorry.
got him. I got
Uh,
him. What here is not what it seems. What here is most important. What doesn't fit here? What's out of place? What is most dangerous to me? And who is most important here?
Hmm. Let's see. How about what is most dangerous?
Okay. The funny thing here is there are several things to choose from. So what here is most dangerous? At a table nearby, you see a couple of things. You see mostly. Your eye is drawn to the next table over, and you see two people. That this could be dangerous in two different ways. First off, you see a very broad-shouldered man with slicked back hair, an older gentleman who looks very much like a photograph that Mel recently showed you. You see Garth the Butcher. Next to him, sporting a very flashy leather jacket, is Giorgio Carlucci.
Fuck.
He's not spotted you yet, but he is facing your direction.
Oh, good.
And just so you're aware, as Clyde, as you are rolling, you're rolling consistency, but you are. How much money did you put down?
I put down 5,000.
You have 5,000 less now, because you end up rolling snake eyes. You roll a couple of times and it's good, and it starts building up, and then the third roll, you roll snake eyes.
Oh, that is horrible. Horrible luck.
Unfortunately, and when you roll snake eyes, it's time they have to switch to a different thrower. Now, quick question before this the announcement phase begins. Is there anything anyone is doing in the limo right now?
First off, I want to say, Clyde, that was terrible with the version.
He can't hear you.
I'm just saying, like, for out of character. First off,
Oh.
and just like, and secondly, like, Nala's there with her headphones, listening to The Wire, and is like looking at Eric's van, just be like, something's gonna come out of this. I know it. And she just has like this bag of Cheetos that she brought 3 times in there, and it like looks at Telly while eating a Cheeto. Be like,
And Stone's currently hearing all this going on in the back, sitting there and thinking, maybe I should retire.
what? I can't stop cries on an empty stomach. I have actually a bag of Cheetos.
But yeah, no, really, we're just completely contingent on Clyde relaying info. So,
Okay.
obviously, keeping an eye out from what. Basically, I'm not going to get out of the car or anything, but I'm obviously looking around and seeing if there's anything interesting going on outside.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So.
I'd also be looking for anything interesting, mostly from the van.
Yeah, there's there are a few things as far as you do notice that there is a nothing from the car that you spotted, but you do notice there another van is pulling in that apparently has some rough-looking figures, a couple of them getting out. You just sort of, they're about like half a dozen sort of heavily muscled men and women that are getting out of this van. They don't appear to be armed, as far as you can tell. You know, they're wearing jackets. They're very dressed down for this party. It's very strange.
Do they appear to be our southern friends?
Not necessarily, although you wouldn't rule out the possibility they might work for them.
Okay.
But that said, they're just approaching the door. I'm gonna flip back inside to the stage where we see Cora Casterson take the stage. Good evening, everyone. Sorry to interrupt you all. I just hope you're having an excellent time. And there's a thing of applause. Excellent. Good. Well, we've got a lot more of this to look forward to, because today I can say I did get information from a little bird that told me that the city council has quietly approved what we're doing to become legit. Next month, that's when it's going to start. So get ready, folks. There's a lot we're going to do with this very site.
Did that come through the wire?
Oh, it did. This is going everywhere.
Okay, I'm just saying, because that was just her admission of running a casino that we now have recorded.
That's true. She didn't specifically say the word casino, but you do have, what we're doing here tonight, so we'll be legit. So it's easy to piece it together.
Offices.
Yeah. And she says, "All right, and we could not have done this. And we've got an exciting thing lined up for you." And she gestures, and the hangar doors begin to open. They start to swing open, because I think it's going to be it's the type that do that. And these half dozen muscle-bound figures start coming in. We have gathered up everything we need for the second half of the evening's entertainment. Yes, folks, there will be fights. And there is a more raucous cheer. He says, we've been organizing this for quite a while. And I think that we're going to have something here for everybody. And sort of applauds. And you at the table will see Garth sort of leaning back and standing up and moving around, as though kind of he's involved in whatever it is. And you see these big muscle-bound figures entering near the entrance of the hangar. And Cora says, "Well, that's almost all I have to say, but I did just want to say we owe a great deal of thanks to our new friends." And she sort of gestures, and you see at one of the high stakes poker tables, you see some folks that are applauded. They're wearing sort of lighter colors, and they kind of just sort of glance around and they just sort of wave, and some of them are wearing sunglasses, and they look not to be from around here. And of course, she says, gesturing to a point in the audience, to my dear friend Eric of many years, with whom we could not have made any of this truly possible. And she sort of gestures. There's applause.
As I'm like hearing this on the wire, I just hit Stone's Arts like, Cora knows Eric.
You see Eric Morris move up to the stage, and he just sort of waves, and she says, "We're finding out so much with the information he has provided us. He is a gem, folks, and very much worth it to anyone who wants to hire his services." Just know, folks, though, among our communities, I'm his agent in that regard. There's a little chuckle going around the audience, and she says, "It's the surveillance is the future, folks. Just remember that." And he sort of says, and surveillance and data. Excuse me. Everyone enjoy yourselves. And there are applauds. There's more applause.
Surveillance and data.
I'm just wondering if we have enough yet.
With Eric involved and information and data, that's the company, Outgoing Systems. They've been putting their computers all over the city. That's information gathering. They could with what we know, they could even have information on classified information because they could sell in the black market. This is bad. This is real bad. But if Eric and Cora are in cahoots, he's gonna have more on his record than just those misdemeanors.
Yeah, no, it's just, my thing is that do we let Clyde play it out and possibly go for the one-on-one conversation? Because in the car, we don't know that
Garth the Butcher?
No, the other one.
Oh, Giorgio Carducci?
Yeah,
we don't know that Cardici's in there.
Yeah, no, we don't.
So, we don't know that there's the threat to you,
Yeah, and we don't know if that Garth is in there. We know the possibility could be in there, but we don't have a confirmation. We know that Cora's there,
I'm just thinking,
and we know that Eric is in there.
I think from the information that Stone would actually have, I don't think he's actually going to go in yet. He's going to wait.
All right.
Yeah. No, we're still going to wait on the signal. And plus, we still don't know anything about the drugs. So we're going to have to wait for that before we can also do anything. So Fairbanks gets her chance.
Mal, I don't care about the drugs.
But we we can solve 3 different crimes of 3 different sectors in one night. That would be so cool. Come on.
Not our case.
I'm still really mad about that. I'm gonna help Joe out.
Let's briefly move back over to Bonita and Clyde. So, are you staying at this table? At this point, the people are sort of laughing and joking, and it looks like there's space being cleared near the center of the room, in front of the stage. Actually, a couple of things are happening. As space is being cleared near the center of the room, in front of the stage, for it looks like, and they're setting up sort of velvet ropes. It looks like that these big muscle-bound folks are getting in there. They look very mean, and that Garth is joining them. As this is happening, you do notice that she's done a little bit of mingling, and Cora is now bringing Eric back to your table.
Balls.
What would you like to do?
Just as a thing, if you remember correctly, Eric left before we busted the place.
That's true. Okay.
Eric does not know you're a cop unless he's got the information through another source.
So he might have, because we were talking around the Outward Systems computer that was set up in the DA's office. So, in the very least, I think what he's going to do is, well,
he's going to recognize you as a gambler.
No, I'm more worried about something else. So he's just going to offer his arm to Bo and say, "Well, Sabrina, it seems like we're going to have to find ourselves a consolation drink. I can't believe our dice just rolled terribly like that." And he's going to try to move away discreetly from Giorgio, because he will definitely make out Clyde and Bo for sure.
All right. So let's see. I think we're going to call this... Face the Danger. Roll plus cool. And by the way, you each got an XP for the for the kiss because you were helping each other. I don't know if there was another thing.
Sorry, it had to be done.
Yeah,
And I don't know if you did another assist roll in the meantime, but that's if you did, there's XP for that. And you can help each other now as well if you wish.
I rolled an 8.
Okay, so you got an 8. And Bo, do you want to help, or do you want to?
Yeah, I will.
This is rolling
If I
plus cool
can
then to cover
try
it
to
up.
see the best way to do our little evasion.
Okay, so rolling plus cool. 9. Okay, excellent. So both of you. Well, actually, okay. So first of all, for cover a block, you get to pick one item off of the cover a block list, which is they are aware of your actions. Something goes awry about your helping or hindering them. Someone else is aware of your actions. Someone thinks badly of you because of this. Lose 1 rep. Facing the danger, you got a 7 to 9. You do it, but there is some problem. So I think before I say what happens next, Alyssa, what did you want to choose from that list?
I think we're trying to avoid being spotted by Giorgio, so maybe someone else is aware of us.
Excellent. Okay, so here's what happens. As you are moving away from the table, what direction are you heading, by the way? Are you heading toward more of the tables at the back? Are you heading toward more of the tables near the entrance? Are you heading for the plane? What are you doing?
I'm thinking we might head towards, maybe starting to walk towards the room that Fairbanks is in.
Okay, so toward the security room. Awesome. That's off to the side. As you are starting to move away, you will, Cora will get closer. She will say, heading out so soon?
Oh, no. I just wanted to check in and make sure that Carter's behaving.
And as she's coming closer, Eric looks up. Oh! I remember you.
Yes, we do get around.
Huh. It looks like you've started. You've been climbing pretty quickly then.
What can I say? I've got Lady Luck on my side. Isn't that right, Sabrina?
I don't know, some vapid giggle.
Huh. I think that, let's see, you're trying to trick him. So I think this is going to call for a manipulate someone roll. This is going to be a roll plus heart.
Oh, balls. Okay.
I love it when you get that response after being asked to roll something.
It's a 5.
Excellent.
No.
So
Out of curiosity, have any of us managed to successfully manipulate anyone ever?
I don't know.
I did. Me.
Oh yes, yes.
I did.
So yeah, no, it just sort of is like. You see, I just think it's kind of funny, and at this point, you've been moving away, but he's still like, I just think it's kind of funny because I heard a voice recently that sounds remarkably. There's a couple of voices recently that sound remarkably like yours too. And I thought when I heard them, it's like, where could I possibly have heard those two voices? And then I remembered that game that we were at.
I've got my foot on the accelerator.
I think it's time
you
to
two
call
wouldn't
the
be.
chauffeur.
You two, by any chance, wouldn't be cops, would you?
No, yeah. I've put my foot down, calling mounting, calling the backup.
Yeah, I'm
And
calling it back
given
up
that
immediately.
Given that I line myself up for the hangar doors, and they conveniently open the hangar doors for us,
They did conveniently open the hangar doors for you.
Yep.
I am just going to drive right in.
Yep,
All right.
I'm calling back up immediately.
So I just want to know before we launch into the chaos, what are Clyde and Bo doing as reaction to that?
Well, first of all, they open a can of something.
Opening a can of whoop-ass? Is that what's happening right now?
So,
That is what I was doing. Yes.
I mean, it is a small world. I just think that, it's probably very coincidental.
Sure it is, he says, taking off his glasses.
Yeah. So, it is, and he's gonna walk right past them. And Sabrina, would you be a dear and call the chauffeur? And I'm gonna give this Poindexter what he really deserves. I'm gonna go for an atomic wedgie.
Excellent. Excellent. All right. So here's what we're gonna do.
Would this be face the danger or the guns?
I think that this can be face the danger. I think the atomic wedgie. So we'll go ahead and I'm gonna. Yeah. Go ahead and roll face the danger for me, please, for the for that. Roll plus cool.
Ooh.
Okay. You very rather immediately just sort of managed to hoist him up by his own petard, so to speak. And you immediately is like, ah! And do you hurl him somewhere, or are you holding on to him?
I'm gonna actually throw him into the security room window.
Excellent. So he goes crashing through this window. Everyone is now panicking.
Attention.
You now see people at the. You now see these muscle-bound folks are trying to start running over. You see. You notice the folks that she indicated from probably from down south are standing up from their tables, and they're pulling knives.
Oh.
And and of course Garth is reaching into his coat and pulling out a meat cleaver.
We got the butcher.
Giorgio is going to stand. Is going to. You hear Giorgio yell from behind you. Hey, I know those cats. Benito, what are you
getting my
doing?
gun out of my
This
purse.
is gonna be fun.
Oh.
I know what my plan is.
Yeah. So, are you going to draw on someone?
My plan.
No, Benito, real quick.
All
I
right.
just need to. She's
Sorry.
getting her gun out of her purse. What do you want to? Are you pointing it at anyone in particular?
Whoever the closest person with a weapon is.
You actually see Cora going for her purse, and she is also drawing a gun.
Darn the purse.
So you are trying to outdraw her.
Yes.
So I think you're not firing the gun. So I'm going to call this face the danger. Go ahead and roll plus cool.
No!
Oh, that's not good.
Oh no!
So it's like a second. She's like immediately.
Stupid battery pack.
Don't even think about it, honey. We're going to cut outside as a limousine is now attempting to careen inside. Sergeant Stone, what's up?
Okay, what I'd like to be able to do, I was kind of hoping, just because it would have fit story-wise, that Bo was going to take some stress there.
Oh, I see. No, I think someone
But
got
it's
the
fine.
drop on her. I think that's enough punishment for that.
Well, I was just saying, because I was thinking, okay, well, basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to drive in, and I'm going to drive directly at Garth the Butcher.
Yes!
Excellent.
And while I'm driving at him, we're going to get the close-up of Stone behind the wheel, and he goes, don't bring a cleaver to a limo fight.
Okay. So
Don't bring a cleaver to a car fight.
let me figure out which move this is.
It's got to be Face the Danger,
It
hasn't it?
could be. I mean, although it is pretty much, you're wielding a weapon at someone, as it were, a limousine.
Yeah, but I want to roll cool.
I know you want to roll cool, but this is you're running someone over. This is a thing that could cause an investigation. I'd say hitting someone with a car is pretty serious.
Well, we have an escaped convict, so I don't think it'd be that bad.
Go ahead and
It's
roll face the danger. Go ahead and roll face the danger.
I'm saying it's driving a car at a known convicted serial killer who is carrying a cleaver.
I mean, it's fair.
We'll call it method of self-defense. It's fine. Hey!
Full hits.
Excellent. So you mow right into this guy. It's just like, ah!
Well, let's be fair. It's a limo. It can't be going that fast.
It's true.
Well, I mean, I feel like that he's going to at least like roll up the hood and on top of the car before falling over.
Oh yeah.
I'm imagining enough to incapacitate him, probably not kill him.
Oh no, it's you can't kill Garth the Butcher. As you plow into him in the middle of this fighting ring, and other sort of these other fighters have just jumped out of the way, And he does. He rolls over the hood of the car, and he's like, "Ugh." And you see him. He tries to raise his cleaver, and he's like, "Ugh." And he sort of is sliding down. Next, Mel.
Yes,
the car is suddenly inside this hangar. What are you doing?
Well, did I just finish calling backup?
You did call back up.
I did call back. I'm calling back up. Like, I'm calling in the narcotics. I'm calling in homicide. I'm just.
Yes,
like,
you have called in. You've called in both the homicide folks and the narcs.
Yep.
They are coming. They are waiting. They were waiting. They're down the block, so they'll be here in about a minute.
Okay.
Maybe
So,
less
like,
than a minute.
Yeah, less than a minute. Okay. So I'm just gonna look around. Do I see anything that like could be like a hit to the narcotics? Because I feel bad for bringing Fairbanks into this and not.
Read a scene for me.
Okay, read a scene. I
Yeah.
can do
Roll
that.
plus procedure.
Yep. 8 and 8.
Quickly. You get one question.
All right. What's out of place?
Well, so many things.
Apart from the limo that just rolled over.
Apart from the limo.
But since what you're looking specifically for are the drug dealers,
Yeah.
you spot them.
Yeah.
They are getting up from a table near the back, and they are pulling knives, and they are running in the direction of Clyde and Bo.
Yep. I think at this point, like, you know what they say? You can't bring a knife to a gunfight. So I'm gonna pull out my gun, and I want to try and aim for one of the knives to try and disarm him.
Ooh! Trick shot.
I'm doing a trick shot. I'm going to guns on this one.
Okay, yeah, this guy, roll plus badass.
Oh yeah, all right. Okay, partial success. I'll take it. Better than
All right.
nothing.
Okay, so
Look,
get
it's
off
with
your
drug
shot.
Dealers.
you
It's
get
with drug dealers. It'll be fine.
so you kind of I think you had to get out of the limo to do this.
Yes, I
is the
did.
problem. So you hop out of the limo, you aim, you fire, and a knife flies out of one of the guy's hands. And there are about 5 of these guys here.
And oh, sorry.
As you do this, it's impressive, and they're sort of looking, but a couple of them do start running. They're kind of taking cover, but they're also running kind of in your direction. Also, you'll note that a couple of these bulky fighters are kind of starting to run in your direction.
Yeah, I'm just
Also-
gonna. Oh, sorry.
I think this is about the time when you hear gunshots going off from the security office as a few folks are bursting out with their guns.
Yeah,
And there may be some gunfighting going on inside there. It's hard to say.
I'm just gonna look at Fairbank. I'm just gonna yell at Fairbank like, "You really wanted to fire a gun? Now's your chance."
I think she already did.
I think that's happening.
Yep.
Let's move back to Clyde.
Yep.
What's Clyde doing?
So Clyde is going to notice that Cora has the gun on Bo. He is going to. He's going to hit sweet chin music and go for a kick straight under her jaw to knock her out.
Oh my god. All right. Yeah, I think we're gonna go with go with Face the Danger. Sure. Roll plus cool.
Oh.
Ooh.
You immediately you describe this kick for me.
So you'll see Clyde
This
brush
glorious
it.
kick.
with his finger and his thumb, and then do sort of a Bruce Lee pose and then do a sliding side kick, which comes over her arm and aims right under her chin, and just blasts blasts upward in such a way that it would probably take her off her feet.
Yes, it does. She careens back and ends up draped over the craps table. So you have knocked her out, and chaos is erupting. You note.
Yep.
Let's move over to Bo. What are you doing now that you no longer have a gun on you immediately? Although there are a lot of people with knives and guns coming out.
Okay.
And there's some after me.
And of course, Eric is there, and he's kind of he's kind of
Isn't he
pulling
with
back.
Fairbanks? Isn't he with Fairbanks after Clyde threw him?
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right. Oh, that's right. You threw
Through
Eric.
the window.
That's right. You threw it. Yeah.
Fairbanks.
Eric is with Fairbanks. Yes. Never mind. You don't see
So-
Eric.
I would like to get my gun out now in one hand, and if anybody is coming, I will just swing my purse at them with the other hand, because it's got that nice big battery pack in there too.
Yes.
That is a great way to do that. Okay. So gun out, purse out. You you slam into your own equipment. You will go ahead and start swinging at these guys that are coming at you with knives. And go ahead, face the danger. Go ahead and roll with cool. 8. Okay. So you manage to one of the couple of guys. They're really only a couple of guys with knives who are coming at you. One doesn't have a knife, but you manage to take him out. You knock him out with this purse. But you do lose the purse.
That's fine.
This is happening. And this other guy is gonna jump you. He gets in just a little bit under your guard. You take a stress because you've just had a knife slice across your
these
arm, which
days.
you used to block with.
The kids these days have it easy.
Absolutely. Speaking of which,
when a fellow
Stone.
detective in the scene takes stress.
Oh yes. What do you
Roll
want to do?
plus cool. Let's see. What does that do? Not a lot. I take stress as well, I think.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yep, I take a stress myself.
So you're leaping up. You're
Damn.
I can't get to it in time. As you're trying to get out of this limo.
If I'd managed to prevent the stress or heal it, I would have done it so that I opened my car door to smack the guy just before he got to go.
You're not quite close to them. You're more in the fighting ring area, but that's all right. You're not quite close enough, unfortunately. But you do. It is your turn. What do you want to do?
Okay. So we've just got Carducci guy over here because he was with Garth, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. He is recognized.
And other than that, it's going to be the fighters.
There are
right?
a couple of there are still, as far as targets, as it were. There are a couple of drug dealers who are running in your general direction, actually more toward Mal with knives. And there are about half a dozen heavily muscled sort of fighters in this ring that you've driven into, who are coming forward to try to pummel you all.
Okay, I'm going to get out of the car, drawing my gun, and I'm just going to shout, your choice, bullet or handcuffs.
Ah, all right. So you're trying to intimidate them.
Yes, sir.
And so you're going to roll plus badass. This is pressure. Well, actually, no. Wait. Don't. Hold on. Yeah, no. I'm looking at the answers to that, and that doesn't help here. I am going to go ahead and just have you face the danger, unless you have another move you can use.
Not really. The only other move I've got is the past cases one. And that's not
all
gonna
right.
help,
Yeah, go ahead and face the danger, then roll plus cool.
Ooh.
Excellent.
That's a success.
So
I'm
the
deliberately doing it with the fighters because their entertainment. I can see them, giving up relatively easy compared to the others.
they slowly, as they kind of slump forward, they're like, ah. They slowly raise their hands.
Should have brought him more handcuffs.
Handcuffs. And you can start to hear the sirens are coming. You can start to hear them.
Yay!
Now
it's my turn.
Your turn. What do you want to do?
Now that I don't have any wrestlers on my butt, I kind of want to. I want to try to like run and tackle the knife-wielding drug dealer.
Excellent.
And I can do a run. So, because of my move, my rookie
what's your move?
I have energy. When you roll plus hard instead of badass, and the result is described as a chase move.
So ordinary, I was gonna say if you're running and tackling them, I was gonna kind of use that as face the danger. But if you're running at them, if you say you're running at them shooting, then I'll let you do that.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do that then with heart.
All right, go ahead.
Yay. Partial success. Okay, I'll take it.
All right. So you run and you tackle one of these.
I'm
these guys.
tackling one of them to the ground, and I'm gonna just. Not today, amigo.
Oh my god. So he's like, ah! So you see a knife knocked out of his hand. You got him tackled to the ground. Another one though does get close enough to swipe you with his knife.
Ow.
And so you do take a stress from that.
That's fine.
I'm gonna try.
Okay, give it a shot.
Oh yes.
What happens on
Okay,
that?
so
Yeah.
on that one, on a 10 plus, they remove two stress.
Woo! I actually already had a stress on here. You just removed that for me. Thank you.
Okay, so you're good
Okay.
actually. Not as hurt as you thought you were.
Okay,
So what do you do to represent that? What does Sergeant Stone do?
Well, you've
to
just
help
run
out?
across. I'm gonna slam one of the wrestlers up against the car. Hope it basically that makes enough noise that just distracts the guy. Just enough.
Okay, so you're trying definitely to catch his attention, and he misses with the knife. Excellent. Well, back to Clyde. What you doing?
I'm gonna go after Giorgio. So, I'm going to draw my gun and point it at him, but I'm going to run after him.
Okay.
And as I'm running by one of the tables, I'm going to try to scoop up as much cash as I can because I've got a stake. I need to.
That's very important. Excellent. I love that. Run and tackle Giorgio. Okay, I'm still facing the danger roll plus cool.
Yeah.
All right. So you you manage to tackle Giorgio. However, by this point, a couple of the folks in the security office with guns have managed to run up, and they're now pointing guns at both you and Giorgio.
Can I provide my partner with some cover here?
Certainly. What would you like to do?
Well, I still have my gun, so I'm gonna shout at them to drop their weapons, and if they don't, I'm gonna fire at them.
All right. So you're using the cover move, or
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, go ahead and roll plus cool. Ooh.
Ah!
Oof.
So what you do succeed in is getting their attention. A couple of them will swing around and fire at you. You're going to take a stress because a bullet's going to graze you.
How often can I do my move? I mean, the
Does
way
it say?
it's written, every time another detective takes stress.
Yeah, you can use it.
do
Go ahead. What do you want to do?
I'm trying to press the button.
Button. Work.
Okay, that's 1 stress.
Excellent. What do you do to help her out?
Oh. I'm guessing the tables are round.
Yes.
Okay, what it is, I grab one of the tables that got upended in me driving through, and I start rolling it so it starts rolling in between the security office and Bo and Clyde. That way the bullets hit that.
Excellent. So that happens. Rolls just as one of them shoots at you, a round table rolls through, and you look over and you see that Sergeant Stone has just pitched said table.
Sergeant is badass.
Speaking of which, let's move over to Sergeant Stone. What would you like to do?
Right. What the hell? I'm going to the guns.
Oh, do I have the knives? Okay, I get it.
I'm going to the guns.
I think you have, if I remember, there are 2 knife-wielding drug dealers left. And then there are an indeterminate number of people with guns.
Yeah,
I think everyone else has been taken care of.
Is there a convenient thing inside this hangar that I can shoot that will have a dramatic effect?
Why, yes. So, up above, there are a few models of airplanes that are hung from the ceiling that you notice.
Oh, yeah, I think I'm definitely going to be shooting up there to hopefully break a wire and make this aircraft fall on the guys with guns.
Excellent. Go to guns, sir. Roll plus badass.
I'm going to use the last of my reputation to roll cool instead.
All right, there you go.
What could
Do
possibly
not
go
fail
wrong?
me. Please.
Just getting rid of my reputation there. And boop.
Ah!
It's a success.
Partial
I-
success.
Poscus. Oh, hindrance. Oh, let me guess. I get our narc friend as well.
So, you shoot one of these things, and it falls on these folks with the guns. But also at that same as it is making an impact, you see Detective Fairbanks
Uh-oh.
wielding both guns. She apparently has been shooting at people. She is leaping out
Oh.
just as the plane hits, and she is thrown back by the impact of it. She gets hit by the wing of the plane
Oh, no. Poor Fairbanks.
and slammed back against the wall between this room and the security room.
Ooh.
Hopefully she won't remember what happened.
I don't know. But sirens are coming in. What's Mal doing?
Okay, so I'm gonna try and take down the rest of these 2 knife-wielding jerks.
Okay.
Yeah.
One's coming at you, and one's going at Bo, basically.
Yeah. I'm gonna start with the one. I'm just gonna kind of like kick that guy in the gut.
Excellent.
Yeah.
No,
Fill
once
up
again,
in face of danger, but
Yep.
I haven't used my reputation yet, so I'm actually going to take down one of my reputation to use my heart.
Okay.
So
You're doing this very heartfully.
Yes, I do this very heartfully. Partial success.
You're doing it with a song.
I did it with
That's
the
right.
song.
So, let's see. Hard bargain.
With the song.
So, you can take. You realize that the way this guy is coming in, this one is an expert,
Yeah.
and you can take him out, but he's gonna get a hit in at you. He's gonna stab you pretty deep.
Ow.
Do you want to either that or you do not take care of him? Which do you want to do?
I think I'm gonna go after the one that's going after Bo then.
All right, but okay, same result, but okay,
Oh.
okay. If you're
Do you
gonna,
want me to? So I have a choice to not do it.
you have a choice to not do. You have a choice to not do it, or you have, or it's like basically you're gonna take 2 stress if you, but you can take him out for basically for the low price of 2 stress.
Well, I don't have any stress, so what's there to say that I need more? I'll do it.
All right.
Stress. It just means 1 less knife, dude.
So you kick him in the face right after he stabs you in the leg. As it's
I guess I have to try and help, don't I?
Feel free. Feel free.
You know what? I'm actually going to take the knife shot myself.
Ah!
With that 10, you'll heal both the stress.
Yep. So you'll take 2 stress instead.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. I mean, you know, that's out. I'm taking more than what I need to, but I think that's the most.
You leap in, blocking his shot. He no longer has the knife, but she's still taking him out. Sergeant Stone, now you have the knife. So yes, one last knife wielding person is left, and it's going to come back around to Clyde.
Man, am I even in position to do something at this point? So I've basically subdued Giorgio, right?
Yeah.
As
Giorgio
like-
was right near us.
was he
So
near
you are.
Okay.
Because Giorgio was next to Garth.
Well,
Okay.
Garth came over. Giorgio was still
right,
at the
yeah.
previous table.
Okay. So, if Giorgio's secure, Clyde is going to stand up and draw his gun, and he's going to take a shot at the knife wielder.
All right, go ahead and go to guns for me. Roll plus badass. Okay,
Ouch.
so
Ow.
the shot goes wide. Unfortunately, yeah, just basically, we'll careen into this. We'll hit the plane, the mostly assembled plane. Apparently, the fuel tank is not empty. As you see,
Okay,
a line of fuel
okay.
start to pour down from it.
I could see why Boeing went out of business if they're putting fuel into planes they hadn't been building.
Well, you can hear the sirens almost here. You've subdued most of the people here. There is one knife wielder left, but that's a major thing. Oh yeah, and there's a plane leaking fuel that might be. There are a lot of candles and stuff around, so there's a chance that it's going to catch fire in a moment. Bo, what are you doing?
I want to try to subdue that last knife wielder.
Excellent. What do you want to do? You want to just tackle him, or do you want to just point your gun at him, or what do you want to do?
I think I want to try to avoid firing my weapon right now, just in
Okay.
case it goes badly. So, yeah, I will try to either tackle him or sweep his legs out from under him.
Alright, okay, go ahead and face the danger. Roll plus cool. 8. Okay. Yeah, you do sweep his legs out from under him. However, in so doing, he basically manages to grab at the side of a table, which goes down. This is one of the one of the food tables, which had a couple of candles burning on it. And you now note that there is some of the fuel has gotten out here, and there's now fire spreading across toward the plane. What would everyone like to do now? You have subdued everyone.
Yeah. I think I'm just gonna I just see this fire coming. I'm just gonna skirt on over back to the car and grab you. I'm just like, yeah, we're also gonna need the fire department to come by as well. I'm sorry.
This limo, by the way, as you recall, stopped in that ring, which is right in front of the stage, which is right in front of the plane.
Oh. I
If-
can't get to the radio, can I?
If I see that the candles tip off of that table, I'm going to try to grab some tablecloths and try to smother that fire before it gets any farther.
Okay.
I'm going to bleed.
Bleeding is a very it's a very important part of life.
I'm so sorry.
Bo, go ahead and once more face the danger. Please roll plus cool. Okay, you do it, but there's some problem. Yeah. So I think what you do is you grab it, you smother out the flames. So you've just managed to stop the plane from going up. You are, however, soaked with gasoline, which is not great. You also you managed to also inhale the scent of it, so you do take a stress. But you have managed to put things out. At this point, the sirens are done coming up. You see a couple of police cars. A squad of police cars comes in at the far end of the hangar. Police in uniform leap out, pointing their weapons at people. A lot of people are trying to run, but you're able to round most of them up.
Yeah, I'll just be keeping an eye out to make sure that the important ones aren't getting away, which is Carstensen, Garth, Carlucci, and Eric.
Yep.
If I remember
All of
correctly,
those
are
are
the important
secured. You did note that Fairbanks had managed to cuff Eric, and you find him cuffed to basically chained to the wall, chained to a pipe, in the security room.
He has also not fixed his wedgie. So.
That is true. He didn't have time.
Nope.
Well, you have succeeded. And
Wow.
in the end, there is some degree of fallout from all of this, as they kind of there is an investigation. There was rather a lot going on.
Yep. But we
Fairbanks
caught the
was
drug
not-
dealers.
Fairbanks was not pleased about getting hit by a plane, but she's okay, because she didn't know where the plane came from. The narcotics division comes in, makes short work of the drug dealers. You actually do manage to get a hold of them.
Yay.
Let's see, Giorgio goes to jail. Cora is going to go to jail. Eric is going to go to jail. Pretty much everyone there is going to go to jail.
Even Garth the Butcher?
Oh, Garth the Butcher is going back to jail. He was not supposed to be out in the first place.
Correction.
Yay!
Correction. First,
I am
it's going to hospital.
Yeah, a lot of people are going to the hospital. Hospital first, jail after. And as we wind this down, we're going to get a final montage as we get to see what people are doing in the aftermath of this whole thing. And let's see, what order do I want to go in? I'm actually going to go, I think, right to left this time. So we're going to start with Mal. What happens to Mal in the aftermath of this investigation?
I would say that, I think she thinks that went pretty well. she was able to avenge Joe's death because that was very sad, and she did thank her friend Felicia for helping her by taking her out to lunch because that's what good friends do. And I think she would also be kind enough to like, would I? Yeah, I think she would actually go to Joe's funeral because she would want to pay his respects because she was really determined to find the person that did this, I'm sure. And I think some people would some of the other like rookie detectives would think that Mel's pretty much a badass because she took down like she solved 3 different cases in one night. That's not a common achievement that anyone gets.
One thing, and because I'm notorious for getting ahead of myself, I do want to mention is that everyone is. We are going to see a brief scene of everyone getting commendations.
Oh, hey.
And they do believe that it is probably a good idea to have a Vice Squad around. But that's all I will narrate there. Let us move on to Sergeant Stone. What do we see with him?
Okay, for my closing shots, it's gonna be a flashback to just after we've caught them all.
Mm-hmm.
Stone looks across. He sees Mel. He sees Bo. He sees Clyde. Camera turns to his face. Goes from the usual stern face. Just a small smile. He then turns round, hand on shoulder where he's bleeding, and starts walking off. And all you can just hear is, "I'm getting too old for this shit."
Yes. Perfect. Perfect. What do we see of Clyde?
So you'll see Clyde coming out from the Masterson's estate with Bo. They had just repaid the stake with $15,000. But as they climb into the patrol car, he's going to look at Bo, and he's going to flash that he has another $5,000 left that he actually took from that. And he's going to say, hey, we have vacation time. Do you want to go to Hawaii?
I think that's a great point to move over to Bo and to find out what the last that we see of Bo is.
She has got mounds and mounds of paperwork to do. But she's kind of gonna think about, you're gonna kind of like flash to the desk with the paperwork and the 2 of them in the car, and she's like, maybe that could wait a bit.
Oh, wow. Excellent. Excellent. Well, folks, thank you for playing Bad Streets. It is much appreciated. We have come to the end. Thank you so much. This was delightful. We're going to go around once more and have folks say once more where they can find you and any thoughts about this game. And we will start with, once again, same reverse order. We will start with Jillian.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. This was so fun. So, hi everybody. Bye everybody. My name is Jillian, also known as GForGamingX on Twitter and GForGaming1 on Twitch. I do some PS4 variety streams and some Twitch things on my channel, twitch.tv/GForGaming1. And you can also find me on Tuesdays on the RPG Lab for all women's cast of the Inquisition. So I hope to see you guys there. But that was so fun! Ah! I got a tackle knife, guys. I got to be in a car chase. I was able to connect all the dots together. That was so fun. I would like to do something like this again because that was really fun.
Excellent.
And all the Tim Horton references and bowling alleys.
That was delightful.
If anyone thinks like there's anyone to blame for these jokes, you can blame me. I was the one that brought them up.
These things happen. All right, well, let's move over to Mole.
Yep, I'm Mole at Molethulu on Twitter and Twitch. I'm doing all sorts of stuff at the moment, so just follow me on Twitter. That's the easiest way to figure it all out. I absolutely love this game. Absolutely loved it. I realised that the veteran, that one move is just all over the place. And the one thing that comes into my head when I'm thinking about this game is I would love to see the spin-off prequel series, which focuses on Clyde and how he ended up crashing the Rolls Royce. The case that led to it.
Excellent.
I'd be part of that prequel.
Nice. Very nice. All right, and speaking of Clyde, let's move on to Anino.
Hey, how's it going, guys? My name is Anino. You can find me on Twitter at Anino Gaming, and here pretty much because this is like my second home. You'll find me on the weekly Saturday night show here, The Edge of Paradox, an Invisible Sun campaign where I play Mac the Husk. And this game went all over the place. There was a lot of really cartoony violence in it, which I guess really makes for very entertaining 70s television. So it had a little bit of everything. I don't think I've ever actually had an on-screen kiss before in a tabletop RPG. So, there we go. We got it first.
I'm so proud.
Excellent. And finally, Alyssa.
Aloha! I'm Alyssa at Origami Shuriken on Twitter. I kind of live here too. I'm gonna be off for about a week because I will be at Gen Con next weekend. So if you're there, come find me, say hi. I really enjoyed this. I've always wanted to play a cop on TV, so bucket list. And I'm kind of glad that the dice rolls made for comedy because it was a nice change of pace from the intensity of the previous stream with Durance, because that was intense role play.
Very
it was
intense.
good, but it's a good change of pace. So yeah, I would definitely do this again.
Well, very cool. Thank you so much for coming and playing. This was delightful. I enjoyed the hell out of running this game. I'm very pleased that there is a 70s cop show powered by the Apocalypse game out there, which hopefully will be available soon as for sale. And Jib has done an excellent job with this game, and I am just delighted that it exists. So lots of awesomeness coming out of this. But as for me, I am Jim Ryan. You can find me at OtherDoc on Twitch and Twitter. My website is jimyesthatjim.com, where you can find my Geek Observation podcast and links to my various other podcasts, audio dramas, writings, and such. I've got links down below to my website, Twitter, and YouTube channel. On the weekends here, I do video games. Not so much tomorrow because I'm going to have some scheduling issues, as always. But then again, I haven't done video gaming on Fridays for a while. I'm going to try to get back to it, but we'll see how it goes. This Friday, though, tomorrow night, I'm going to be over on Off the Table playing in their 1890s Urban Shadows campaign, Sanguihona the Claiming. Always a pleasure to do that. On Saturday nights here, as previously mentioned, is our campaign of Invisible Sun, The Edge of Paradox, which has been very surreal and very delightful so far. They're at a party right now. We'll see what happens to them. This Sunday is the last one-shot of the month. We're going to be playing Posthuman Pathways. That's a small game, but it's a GM-less game about transhumanism and the future of our species and what you have to give up to get what you want. And so I'm very much looking forward to that. Right now, sign-ups are still going. They end tomorrow for Amber Diceless, the short campaign for next month. That is a game based on the Chronicles of Amber by Roger Zelazny, in which you have these royal families at either pole of the universe, one representing order, the other representing chaos, and every possible reality in between. And they can get to any reality they want by walking. It is a game that has got a lot of intrigue, both political intrigue and just, massively crazy power levels. It's one of those things where you don't actually even have to know the setting to join, because we're going to be kind of reinventing it when we start. So if anyone's interested in that, signups are still open. Feel free to click on the sign up link or go to jimmyyesthatjim.com, click on game sign up. As always, beginners are welcome. So when we go to the end card, I am going to send a raid over to, he says, making a decision. Let's go to actual play. I haven't spent much time over there.
You haven't actually spent time over there?
I haven't actually spent time over at actual play. Only here in the actuality have I spent actual time. But they're doing Band of Blades, and I'm curious, so I'm gonna head on over. Feel free to tag along if you so desire and say hi. And that'll be when we hit the end card. Ooh, thank you for the bits! Yay! Thank you so much. Much appreciated. That I think was Rock. Yes, Rock. Rock is always a great supporter. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Well, folks, that's it. We're gonna go to end credits. The Bad Streets end credits. Thank you so much for watching, folks. Take care, and I will see you all of a sudden. Farewell.